Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. That him, he Anglican police, Fairbanks Club. Oh, for Trump's sake. I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Is that correct?
All right, wow, what a start to the morning. Good morning, welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and everything is swampus. About 15 minutes ago, for some weird reason, blue skies, sunny outside, we had a power outage. And everything reset. So I'm frantically trying to rebuild everything from the streaming key to the layout. We'll get there. We're going to not miss a moment of court. We will bring you every bit of it. Every bit of it. So don't worry about that. All right. Happy Monday to you. I hope your Monday is going a little bit smoother than mine is. I'm just huge in the corner here. Why did that happen? I feel like I'm taking up the whole courtroom. We'll get it squared away as everything gets reconnected here slowly but surely. All right. Welcome. Hope you had use your power station to UPS. I should. It's like right there. I just need to plug it in. I don't like that sound. Don't like that. Let's do this one. There's no tick, tick on that. Okay, there we go. We're better. And everything's working there. Yes. Okay. Now we're cooking with fire. Happy Monday. Hope you had a wonderful weekend as I shrink down to my regular size in the corner here. If I can get that to work. Run to A. There we go. Ooh. Ha! There we go. Little guy in the corner again. I'm not trying to take over anybody else's job here, but good morning. Welcome as we wait for court to start. I need to fix this camera as well, I guess, but it's pretty good. It's all right. We'll leave it where it's at. All right. Mimi D, congratulations. You were first in chat today, and you've won the internet as a result. So everything IP-related worldwide is now your responsibility.
The apocalypse may be upon us.
Let's see if I can just be like right here. Is that all right? Not too big. Maybe we'll move you over just a tiny bit. Let's see. First in chat, you won the internet. Everything IP-related worldwide is your responsibility. Mrs. R.A. is cleaning my studio right now. No? Oh, you're putting stuff in. You're making a mess. Never mind. Take it back. She's bringing in all the things I met with my co-video partner for this project that we're doing up in Virginia yesterday. And we were going over some of the hardware and equipment we would need and some of the challenges we're facing. And can I just say, unbeknownst to us, we've got, I don't know, a couple hundred, youth-aged, teenage-aged kids who are going to be doing this little gallivanting across the wilderness reenactment thing. Thank you. Okay, if you bring anything else in, things are going to start falling off my table. A couple hundred of them, and we're responsible for filming the whole thing and having a video produced at the end of the 3 days before they get home. Like, we have to film it all and produce the video before they get home. So huge task, monumental. And I just found out yesterday that the person who released the waivers, like the medical liability waivers for everybody in case they get struck by lightning or bit by a snake or something else while we're up there so we don't get sued, also put a little paragraph on there. It's like, check here if you don't give permission for us to use your kid's image in any likeness in our video. Why would you put that in there? Do you know how hard it is to skip somebody? Do you know how much editing work it takes to go through and say, no, does that kid appear in the video at all? Now it's terrible. It's terrible. Who wrote that? It wasn't me. It should have been the other way. It's like, you will not sue us if you get bit by a snake. You won't sue us if you get struck by lightning. You won't sue us if you get attacked by fire ants in the night.
Happy
birthday.
Whatever.
And
you
then
look good.
And regardless of without any compensation or future consideration, we reserve the right to use your likeness and image any way we want on any platform we want for infinity. That's what it should have said. And now we have this crazy thing. Okay, let's do the birthdays. I'm starting with a complaint because I have to sing really quickly before the sidebar starts. Anybody? Do we have any birthdays to get sung to? I already had my pancakes this morning, and it's not even my birthday. So let's see. Any birthdays? Oh, we've got some. We'll have some membership messages here in just a second. We're gonna have to show the fan because it's getting close. We need to sing really quickly if there are any. Here we go. There we go. Right there. All right. Okay, here we go. Everyone stand up where you are. Take a deep breath. Shoulders back. Project your voice to the back of the room. Blend your voice with the neighbor. Warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. There we go. We're going to sing to Ozzy, Kelly H, Marianne R, Crystal H, all celebrating their birthday today. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Ozzy, Kelly H, Marianne R, and Crystal H. Happy birthday to you. Ozzy, Kelly H, Marianne R, and Crystal H. Happy birthday. There are many wonderful days. Today is your wonderful day, your special day. I realize there are a million places you could have celebrated, a million people you could have celebrated with, but you chose to be here with us. The privilege, the pleasure, the honor, the joy is ours. Hopefully we can return some of that back to you. Make your day a little more special. Begin by helping yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP, Village Inn, Waffle House, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlap's house, Andy's Grill, and Bob Evans. Your voice is in fine fettle today. Happy birthday to you. We got Kelly H. We forgot. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Judgy McJudgerson, 20 years. Oh, I thought it was a birthday. Did we get Kelly H. in there? Got Crystal H, Kelly H, Marianne. I got a Kelly H. Kelly sang to you. Whew. I thought we missed Kelly H. All right, happy birthday, one and all. This is a wonderful day. It's your birthday, and it's Monday. You've got the whole week ahead of you to party all night long. I give you permission, if you work, to wear a party hat to work every day. If your boss has an issue, send him to me. We'll resolve the issue. It might result in you not having a job, but you can wear the hat. Trust me, I will get this done for you. You might lose your job over it. That's all I can guarantee. But all right, it is Monday. Oh my goodness, it's been a Monday and a half. As we get to the end of the happy birthday song, get ready, get your air drum sticks, because we're going to pound this one out on the bongos, so to speak. There we go. And we'll do it right here. Everyone join with me. You can do the snare as well. It's a hi-hat. Beautiful. You guys are doing a fine job. I will make drummers out of you yet. Oh, man. Okay, we are back. We are back in court. It seems a little bright. Like the OnlyFan is glowing. It's stinging my eyes. The light is so bright. What we have this morning, first of all, we expect a little bit of argument before the jury comes in. Why? Well, because we have the whole issue of those witnesses that the judge has to determine if they can come in. And she ruled that it was a discovery violation. And the discovery violation was like, okay, since there was a Rule 14 violation, you have to turn over, you have to commit to paper. This is what you ruled over the weekend. You have to commit to paper all your phone conversations with Kelly Dever, I think it was. The prosecution calls her Denver, I think, in their filing. And you have to turn it over to Mr. Brennan right away. So remember what you said, write it down on paper, send it to him. Then also, the Commonwealth filed another motion and said, we think, Judge, that they shouldn't be allowed to bring in anything that was a Rule 14 violation. Don't let them bring anything. So that would be a double punishment. Well, sort of. Sort of. I don't know. We'll see if this comes in. Keeping evidence out is a big deal. Keeping witnesses out of testimony, because the defense has these massive rights to a fair trial. And we'll see what the judge does this morning. But let's see. Sloth Life Blower says, if I send you 2 links to 2 metal detectors on email, could you give me an opinion on some point when you get my... Yeah, I would love to. Sloth Life, in your email, let me know generally where you'd like to... oh, it's cleaning day. The vacuum's going. Where you'd like to metal detect, if it's like beach, park, forest, underwater, whatever, as well as any other special considerations, like, the shoulder injury, things like that. Believe it or not, that weighs in on the whole spectrum. All right, we have a few things before we go too far to recognize, because a couple of you have been very generous, and a couple of you hit some major milestones. Kelly H. sent 5 memberships this morning. Happy birthday, Kelly H. Thank you for gifting memberships on your birthday. That makes everybody very happy. Katie Russin, Dr. Russell is in the courthouse. She's in that courthouse. It's getting good. Thank you very much, Katie. Emily Aarons, member for 14 months, was in a car. Oh no, was in a car accident Friday. Everyone is okay except for my car. Looking forward to a more normal day today, starting with RA in this awesome chat. I am so sorry, Emily. I'm not trying to make a joke here. That is like earth-shattering. A car accident, it rattles you to like the core. Even a minor one. It sounds like this was quite a little more than minor if your car is not okay afterwards. Hope you are doing fine and get some rest. Regina, I'll allow it. Crawford, member for 22 months, OG, says 2 more months up to the pink courthouse. Thank you, and the mods, for all you do. Thank you very much, Regina. I'll allow it. Rebecca May Stone, member for 7 months. Good morning, everyone. Hoping for a clean day of court. Minimal malarkey would be my preference. Let's turn the malarkey level down just a tiny bit. And Britt Bottoms gifted a membership as well. Thank you, Britt Bottoms. Happy day, happy Monday to all y'all. I do have a link to my favorite metal detector. I probably need to update it, because all the metal detector companies have basically released their newer models since I posted that. And some of the newer models have some amazing features. So if you're in the world of metal detecting, since we're talking about that and the fan's still spinning, I was on a trip, and I went on a trip and we stopped at a little library, because that's what we do as homeschoolers. We're like, hey, let's go on vacation. I wonder what this other state has in their library. And we did that. And we went to the little library, and it was awesome. It was really cool. And they had signs like, libraries are loud, this is a place of learning type thing. And still, everyone's like, can I help you? I was like, read your sign. It says libraries are loud here. I feel like I can't even whisper. Anyway, they had a corner where they had a library of things you could check out. And the things included like a powerful telescope that you can take home and set up outside and look at the stars. It had like binoculars and things. And it had a row of metal detectors. You can like check out a metal detector. And it came with little waterproofed instruction manual. I'm like, that is cool. That is cool right there. This library wins cool points just for that. Anyway, I did not get one because I was not coming back, and that would not be good. Visited the Library of Congress in D.C. this weekend. What a dream. Wow. It's a bigger library than we went to, by a long shot. Emily Jane says, my library loans out podcast studio time. This is cool, Emily. One of the things I do locally is provide... I like to provide equipment for people who want to start things up. So I'm always looking at people looking for people who say, hey, I'd like to try that, or I'd like to do, I think I could start a podcast. I'd like to do that. And so I brought my equipment a couple different places and said, hey, I've got the equipment. Okay, it's just sitting here gathering dust. Let me bring it to you, show you how to use it, get you set up. Let's do a trial run. And then if you want to do it, we can figure something out until you're on your feet and able to get your own equipment. So good fun. I like the library has that. They probably have a good room for that too. Lena Marie, thanks for the kind words. If you like court with a golf announcer, you've got it right here. Eileen Thurling says, "Oh my goodness, I love watching metal detecting and mudlarking, but I've never done it." I spent a ton of time in London and never went mudlarking on the Thames. I even lived at one point. I lived in Thetford, and my flat, which was like an apartment, was literally on the trail, the Roman road trail that went through Thetford. No metal detector. Kicking myself for opportunities lost. All right. All right. I don't know why we're getting a late start today, but we are. 6 minutes late. I was a little late myself, so I guess I can't really blame the judge today for that one. Not sure if you noticed, but I participated in a regular weight loss event over the weekend, and it was quite successful. I got a couple inches of hair cut off on the top of my head. One of the largest weight loss maneuvers I've done lately. Thank you, Mrs. R.A., for the haircut. She does great at that. All right. Eeyore says kind words about us as well. You know what, Eeyore, I feel bad for people who are stuck on StreamYard. First of all, StreamYard works really well at some things. Like as far as making it easy to bring a guest on the show, there is not a better program out there I'm aware of than StreamYard. Now, they charge $90 a month for that privilege, and I wince every time I pay it. But because I don't use them very much. We use it for the podcast and something else. But what they don't do very well is work with multiple audio sources, like especially from the same location. So my video, my voice in StreamYard, I can control that just fine. But when you start bringing in more video from a different feed, you don't have much control at all. And StreamYard thinks it knows what to do with the audio, and it's generally not right. So, all right.
You are unmuted.
Here we go. I recommend hardware.
You see the quarters in session?
Let's see what
So, Mr. Alessi, I was told you wanted to see me?
Yes, can I just have a moment with Mr. Brennan?
Okay, sure.
With regard to the lawsuit stuff you got to look after Dr. Russell, we're not going to agree to that. That's what I wanted to see. But
you don't want to agree to that.
We shouldn't be hearing this. We shouldn't be hearing anything about with anything in regard to the lawsuit stuff about Dr. Russell. All right, volume up.
Your Honor, I've resolved the matter with Mr. Brennan that would have been the subject of that.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So I appreciate getting the redacted text messages over the weekend. Ms. Gianetti, this is yours, right? So, Mr. Brennan, I'm letting the text messages in over the Commonwealth's objection. I find that they're properly authenticated and that they do go to...
Can I turn this fan off?
Yes, can we turn...
Mr. Brennan himself shuts off the fan. Wow. I
Thank
thought he
you.
had people for that.
So I do find that they're properly authenticated, and I find that they come in as they go to the state of mind of Trooper Proctor, specifically as that goes to potentially reflecting any bias or omissions in the police investigation. So I'll give a limiting instruction at the time they come in. I understand that what was still remaining with disagreement are in orange. So I've got rulings on those. I don't think we need argument. We've heard plenty of argument on this. So regarding the first page with the numbers, I think we should do it the way I inquired about them last week, with just the last two numbers, not the last four. So those redactions will have to be made. I think the first page with disagreement is on page 02537. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so the first one from Bird saying something stinks, I'm going to allow that in. And then there's a message that you both agree to in yellow. And then for the orange, all I'm going to let in out of that is gotta be, and that's where it ends. So you'll have to redact out the rest of that, Ms. Giannetti. And the next page, and the only other one was 02539, is that right?
Correct.
So that comes out. All right, that's it. I don't know whose objections they were. Those are my rulings. All right, can we bring the jury in, please?
All right. With these text messages now admitted,
Tony, do you
for sure, it's going to get interesting. It's going to get interesting. It is a mixed ruling. We don't know exactly what was kept out. We'd have to do some digging. I know you can find these text messages out on the internet. I don't know, and we overheard something we're not supposed to hear. We're not supposed to hear the discussions between the two tables. But apparently they agreed on it, whatever it was, and Mr. Alessi was saying we're not going to agree to that, and they agreed on at some point. So either he changed his mind or Mr. Brennan agreed to what they said. Heard this morning they're calling a police officer that did not testify in the first trial. Was that Deaver? They're trying to call some people that didn't testify on the first trial. I don't know who objected. I don't care. I need to change into my Flabbers are Gasted t-shirt, says Emily. That's an amazing shirt. Fran V, all right, what Starlink package do you suggest? I use the Starlink Mini. I can send you a link if you'd like. That's a referral that would give both of us a free month if you happen to go with it. But I use, because I travel, and like we can use this at the courthouse or use this when I'm on the road. I use the unlimited roaming, which is the most expensive roaming package at it's like $165 a month. But there are plans all the way down to, $10 a month. If you're using it just for very, very limited use, you're probably going to be closer to $50 a month if you're using it to watch videos on the internet, all day, every day. Just depends on a few factors, how much you use it. The Starlink Mini is a really good way to go as far as that goes. It's fairly easy to set up. It's very easy to use. It does need a clear view of the sky. So if you are in an apartment where you don't have a clear view of the sky, you might be able to mount something on a balcony. But depending on which side you're on, it might be problematic. So do a little research there before you do that. But a friend just got Starlink last week, and he's leaving on vacation this morning. He actually is borrowing one of my cables because I didn't realize he needed an adapter to power it in his car. So he's borrowing that while he tests out Starlink on the road. Dr. Russell wrote in with Alessi and the rest of the defense this morning. Hopefully we can hear her testify.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham, within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
So good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I hope you had a nice weekend. I do have those questions I need to ask you. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left on Friday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left last week? Everyone said no. All right, thank you very much. Ms. Giannetti?
Thank you very much, Your Honor. The defense calls Jonathan Diamandis.
Jonathan Diamandis, next up for the defense.
Step up, face the court, raise your right hand, please.
solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now and herein should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Looks like a friend of Proctor's.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning, sir. Would you please state your name and spell your last name?
Jonathan Diamandis, Diamandis.
Sir, do you know former trooper Michael Proctor?
I do.
How do you know him?
We've been friends since middle school, approximately 30 years.
And in what town?
Canton, Massachusetts.
Did you graduate high school with Michael Proctor?
I did.
When was that?
2000.
How close did you remain in contact with Michael Proctor after high school?
Very close.
Do you have his cell number?
I do.
How often have you texted him over the years?
Frequently.
And when you text him, is that direct one-to-one or part of a group chat or both?
Both.
And I want to direct your attention to one particular group chat that had 9 people on it. Do you know the one I'm referring to?
I do.
And what one is that?
It's one that's been in existence for many years. We've been texting on that text chain for 10 plus years, I would suggest.
Okay. And over those 10 years, the members of that group chat, I'm not asking you for names, but if you could tell me where are these people from? How do you know them?
We all grew up together and went to school together at some point.
All from Canton?
All from Canton.
And with regard to the 9 people on that group chat, you're one of them?
Correct.
And whether or not Michael Proctor is on that group chat with the rest of your high school friends as well?
He is, yes.
May I have the exhibit that was marked for identification, please? I apologize, I don't recall the triple letter.
One of these friends has to read some very bad words. And YouTube's not going to like them.
It's triple N as in Nancy. And Your Honor, may I approach the witness for the purpose of handling this?
Kells Bells, thanks for the heads up. Yeah, there's a chance we're early in the stream. We jump straight to these text messages. It might not be good, but we'll see what happens.
And I've handed you what has been marked triple N for identification. Do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
Have you seen that before?
Yes, I was shown it last Friday.
And what do you recognize it to be?
A portion of our text chain.
Okay, and when you say a portion, it's a limited time period within a much longer text chain. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And with regard to how you're able to recognize it, I'd like to just ask you a few questions. First of all, on the first page of that document, do you see a series of phone numbers?
I do.
And do you recognize your phone number on that text chain?
Yes.
And having reviewed that text chain on Friday, did you see that you had actually sent one text of the whole body of text that's included in what has been marked triple N for identification?
Yes.
In order to send that text message as of late January, early February of 2022, did your phone have a passcode on it?
Yes.
Have you had that for several years?
Yes.
In order to send a text chain, do you have to enter the passcode to your phone first to unlock it?
Correct.
And so it would have been you who sent that message?
Yes.
And having reviewed the content of that text chain, were you able to identify which entries were typed and sent by Michael Proctor?
Yes.
Who is he on that text chain?
He's listed as local user.
Okay, and it says local user, and there's a bunch of letters and numbers after that?
Correct.
Everybody else is identified by a phone number?
Yes, or a nickname.
And actually, even the ones with a nickname have a phone number, correct?
Correct, yes.
So 3 of them have nicknames, correct?
Yeah, I see 2 on the first page here.
Do you see... Of the
third on the bottom, yes, I see 3.
So you see 3
yeah,
there?
Yes, yes.
And so of the 9, we have 3 nicknames with phone numbers, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
We have 8 phone numbers total, right?
Yes.
And 1 local user.
Correct.
And you've testified the local user is Michael Proctor.
Correct.
And having known Michael Proctor for as long as you have, does he have any nicknames?
He does.
And what are his nicknames?
Chip and Bear.
Chip, C-H-I-P?
Yes.
And Bear, B-E-A-R?
Correct.
Or is it B-E-E-R?
And having reviewed that text chain, is that a true and accurate documenting the texts that were sent in that chain for the time period that is listed on N for identification?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would offer that subject to our discussions outside the presence of the jury.
Okay.
May I take it back from the witness?
Yes.
This witness is just ripping the Band-Aid off. He's going to do what he has to do and be off the stand. It's not pleasant. He didn't say it. He's under subpoena. He has to do this. Doesn't have a choice. He's doing well with it.
I have no further questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Can I have Exhibit 209 when it's ready, please?
The only thing we're going to get here from Mr. Brennan is you don't remember any of this, do you?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Have we met before?
On Friday, I saw you. We didn't meet.
You had been friends with Mr. Proctor for about 30 years?
Yes,
Are you still friends with him?
I am.
Are you still close with him?
I am.
You were on a text chain with Mr. Proctor over the years?
Correct.
Did that include other friends of yours and Mr. Proctor's?
Did.
The extent of that text chain, did it go back many, many years?
Yes.
Have you ever looked at any records that summarize some of that text chain?
Yes.
Did it note that there were over 38,000 texts in that group?
I did notice the number, but it sounds accurate.
When there is conversations in that group, do you always respond to the conversation?
No.
There's a particular section or segment of those 38,707 text messages that were shown to you. Did you see that document?
I did.
Are you familiar with it now that you've seen it?
Now that I've seen it, yes.
In that document, are there inappropriate comments that your friend Michael Proctor made about one of his investigations?
There are.
Was it about this case here?
It was.
In those inappropriate comments, did other people on that text chain, not you, comment or respond to Mr. Proctor?
Yes.
In that text chain where Mr. Proctor made inappropriate comments, you did not respond to any of those inappropriate comments, did you?
Correct.
You're on the text chain at a point later on in conversations, but not relevant to the inappropriate comments.
Correct.
Did you know that Mr. Proctor was fired by the Massachusetts State Police because of his inappropriate comments?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
May we approach, please?
Sure.
Wow. Why is Mr. Yannetti objecting to introducing the idea that Proctor was fired? I think it's because it couches it that he was only fired for this. This was the only problem, right? That there was nothing else, right? I think that's his problem. That there was more to it. He wasn't just fired. Right. There's more to the reasons for his being let go than that. I think the judge is going to allow it then. The defense wants everyone to know that he was fired. That's not they don't want to keep that secret. The fact that he was fired is very important, but they would like to get the full scope of what happened and how it happened and who it involved when they bring it in. They don't want it boiled down to just he said some bad words in a text message to his buddies and got fired for it, because there was more than that. Well, this opened the door to the report from his firing. It could, Christine, if the judge allows it as it is, I think it might give them a little more latitude there. Why won't they bring in Proctor himself? Lynna Marie, this is an interesting one. Originally, the defense bluffed and said, if you don't call him, we will. And guess what? The Commonwealth did not call him.
It's question and answer.
now they don't want to call him because Mr. Brennan can walk through his whole closing statement with Mr. Proctor. It would be like giving two closings.
Sir, do you know if Mr. Proctor was fired from the Massachusetts State Police?
I do.
Did he tell you why?
It was in connection to this case. I believe it was based on his text messages that were sent to us.
Based on these comments that are an exhibit?
Correct.
Did you at any time ever defend or endorse these comments?
I did not.
Did you ever encourage him in his comments?
I did not.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm handing you Exhibit 209.
Thank you.
Mr. Brennan's going to bring the comments out. He's going to read them.
On the first page, ending in the numbers 27, there's a fuller number, but I'll just use the last two numbers. Bottom right, 27. Is there a number of redacted phone numbers?
I'm sorry. On the first page, on the bottom of the page?
If you look to the bottom right of the page, there's a number on it?
Oh, yes. And then it's blacked out next to it?
Yes.
Yes.
The last two numbers, is it 27?
Yes, it is.
When you look at that first page, does it have a number of redacted phone numbers of different people?
I don't see anything redacted.
The top box, are there numbers?
There are numbers, yes.
Are they partially blacked out?
No, the display names, it just lists phone numbers.
Okay. Are those numbers you recognize as the group of friends, including Michael Proctor?
His copy's not.
They are.
As you read down that first box and go down to number of messages, do you see that?
Oh, yes.
Is it 38,707?
Yes.
Is that for a time period between October 18, 2021 and August 31st, 2022?
Yes.
I'd like you to look at the third text message that begins with Chip. Without saying who it is, do you recognize that as one of the people in the group?
I do.
And what did the person write?
Chip, name of that BPD cop.
And at the time this conversation was happening, were you part of this immediate conversation?
I was not.
Turn the page. Bottom right number is ending in 28. Do you see that page?
Yes.
Okay. Instead of a name, there's a local user with an ID. Is that Mr. Proctor's?
Yes, it is.
And does he respond to Chip, name of that BPD cop?
He does.
What does he say?
John O'Keefe.
What is the next question from somebody in the group?
How old?
And what does Mr. Proctor respond?
He took custody of his sister's kids.
The next one?
She died of cancer and the father overdosed on her grave.
And then one of the group sends a message. What do they say?
Oh man, that's rough.
And what's Mr. Proctor's response?
Mid-40s.
Does somebody in the group then post a Facebook posting?
Yes.
Do you know what that's about?
I do not.
If you could turn the page ending bottom right 29.
Yes.
Somebody in the group ask another question?
Yes.
What do they say?
What's that? Don't have the book anymore.
If you could just speak up just a little so it's hard to hear with the fan on, not your phone.
Sure. What's that? Don't have the book anymore.
How does Mr. Proctor respond?
This one is a nightmare. Forget about the kids. That's awful.
And then I'd like you to go down to Mr. Proctor's next comment.
But all the powers that be want answer ASAP.
And what does one of the group respond with?
Gotcha.
Mr. Proctor?
Couldn't open it either.
Do you know what he was talking about when he said he couldn't open it?
I'm guessing the Facebook link.
I'd like you to turn forward to bottom right 3-1. Do you see what that is?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
John O'Keefe's Facebook page.
What does it tell us about John O'Keefe?
He went to Braintree High School, studied criminal justice at Northeastern, joined Facebook in 2008.
Turn the page, please. The first line from Bird, and I'll note this is January 29, 2022 at 10:56:39 p.m. Did I read that accurately?
Cross-examination.
Yes.
And what does the person say?
I'm sure the owner of the house will receive some shit.
And could you read Mr. Proctor's 2 responses?
Nope. Homeowner is a Boston cop too.
If you could turn to the next page, ending on 33. This is January 29, 2022 at 10:57:21 p.m. Could you read Mr. Proctor's 2 comments?
She waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital.
And one of the group asks a question.
She waffled him, in quotation marks.
And how does he respond?
He was banged up.
Somebody in the group asks another question. What do they ask?
I thought he was drunk. Did he get beat up?
And Mr. Proctor's response?
Nope.
Turn to the next page, ending in 34. This is at around 10:58:06 p.m., running through 10:59 p.m. Another question from the group. What did they ask?
So the owner of the house was a woman cop that beat him?
And Mr. Proctor's 2 responses?
That's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedic. Then I saw the guy.
One of the group asks further down, what does... Sir, if you could either speak much louder or bring the microphone closer. We have a couple fans back here. It's just difficult to hear you.
Okay, sorry about that.
That's not your fault. If we can keep our voice up. So one of the group asks, what does, quote, she waffled him, quote, end quote, mean? And then asks, what's the story? Does Mr. Proctor return?
He does.
What does he say?
She hit him with her car.
Turn to the next page, please, ending in 3-5. And these texts are from 10:59:13 p.m. to 11:08 p.m. The person by the name of Bird asks a question. What does he ask? Or what does he say?
Okay, that's fucked up.
How does Mr. Proctor respond?
Intentional or not?
And somebody in the group again?
Gotcha, he was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him.
And Mr. Proctor's 2 responses?
That's another animal we won't be able to prove.
And the next one?
They arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left.
What does the friend say?
What's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton? The other one involved.
What does Mr. Proctor say?
Biffed him.
Turn to the next page, ending in 3-6. These run from January 29, 2022, 11 p.m. and 11 seconds to January 29, 2022, 11 p.m., 39 seconds. Okay, the first comment by somebody in the group.
The BPD have any jurisdiction here because it was their own?
And then if you could look where there's a comment from Whitey at 11 p.m., 27 seconds.
Liz has got the blueprint.
Liz has got the blueprint. Do you know who Liz is?
No.
Okay. And what's the next comment by Mr. Proctor?
Nah, Cat. It's the total opposite. They have to rescue themselves.
What it's mean,
recuse themselves, excuse me.
Recuse themselves?
Yes.
And then a comment by somebody in the group?
Laughed at. Liz has got the blueprint.
On the next page, Mr. Proctor's comment?
Same with Canton.
At January 29, 2022, 11:02 p.m. and 15 seconds There's a comment from one person in the group, number ending in 5051. Could you read that?
But I assume you guys are out to make it cut and dry since it involves cops?
Next comment by Bird,
Something stinks.
and the comment by Mr. Proctor.
Yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl.
And the beginning of the next sentence is gotta be. And finally, the last comment on that page,
She hot at least.
and that's a question mark.
Yes.
Turn the page, please. Ending in 3-8. These messages begin at 11:05:57 p.m., run through 11:06:39 p.m. on January 29, 2022. Does it begin with comments from Mr. Proctor?
It does.
Could you read all of them, please?
These are not my words. I'm not really comfortable reading these. Do I have to say these words out loud?
So I'm going to see you at sidebar.
This poor witness literally didn't even participate in this part of the conversation. Mr. Brennan, you guys are asking, why is Mr. Brennan doing this? Why is he reading this as the defense witness? Defense called him, admitted the text, which means they can bring them in at any time with any witness, basically. And then said, all right, we're done. Prosecution, go ahead. And prosecution is now trying to get ahead of the curve. And if they introduce them, at least they can control the emphasis that's put on certain words as they're brought in. So they're trying to steal the thunder, but also they have to have them. Hairball. I'm not sure who that was.
Go ahead,
You're
Mr.
okay.
Thank you. Sir, I'm appreciating that you're not comfortable with these words. These are not your words, are they?
No, they're not.
You didn't see them at the time?
I did not.
You've never condoned them or adopted them?
No.
In fact, you would denounce these, wouldn't you?
I would.
I don't want you to say words that are not yours, so I'll say the words, and I'm going to ask you if I'm reading accurately. Is that better?
Yes.
Is that a fairer way to do it?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay.
He's dying.
On January 29, 2022, 11 p.m., 5 minutes, 57 seconds, and this page ends at 11 p.m., 6 minutes, 39 seconds on January 29, 2022, ending in numbers 3-8. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Mr. Proctor says, from all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job, and then uses the C word to describe. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
He then says, yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass. Are those the words that he wrote?
Those are the words.
And there's a response at the bottom from one member in the group stating, oh, she's skating.
Yes.
Let's turn the page, ending in 3-9. These begin in January 29, 2022, 11:06 p.m., 55 seconds. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Proctor responds, zero chance she skated. She's effed. She's fucked.
Yes.
Is that what he said?
It is.
And then one person in the group says, no ass bitch. Accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
Mr. Proctor, there's a response, laughed at, quote, no ass bitch.
Yes.
If you could turn to the page that ends in 4-3. You ready?
Yes.
Okay. Somebody in the group says, is that chick a smoke? And then the same person follows up with a question mark. Accurate?
Accurate.
Mr. Proctor responds, E-H.
Yes.
Nut bag, as my chief would say.
Yes.
She's got a leaky balloon knot.
Yes.
Leaks poo.
Yes.
Are those the words of Mr. Proctor?
They are.
Did I read those accurately?
You did.
And then a person in the group says, what are you guzzling on? And this is on, well, let me take a step back to be more clear. The comments I just read, those weren't on January 29th. Those were on February 2nd, 2022.
Correct.
And the time is 12:50 p.m. 12:50 and 5 seconds p.m. begin the page?
Yes, beginning of the page,
So
yes.
these are different in time than the ones we read before, the series of text messages?
Correct.
Okay. And then at the bottom, one of the members of the group says, "What are you guzzling on?"
Correct.
And that's still February 2nd, 2022, and that's at 1:51:33 p.m.
Yes.
And then if you can turn to page that ends on with numbers 44.
Yes.
And this is on February 2nd, 2022, 1:52:24. Mr. Proctor says, "Nothing, writing a warrant."
That's accurate.
There are no further text messages?
From Mr. Proctor?
Yes, or anybody in this group that you have as part of this exhibit?
That was not the last comment.
Okay, let me look. Okay. Is there another YouTube video?
There is.
You were not part of any of these conversations with Mr. Proctor?
No,
But you're still friends with him?
I am.
In your conversations with Mr. Proctor, has he ever suggested that he planted evidence in this case or any other case?
No,
In your conversations with Mr. Proctor, has he ever suggested framing a defendant, including this defendant?
absolutely not.
In all your conversations with Mr. Proctor, has he ever suggested tampering with evidence in this case or in any other case?
No, absolutely not.
And Mr. Proctor was fired?
He was.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Back up to defense on redirect.
Sir, at the time Michael Proctor was revealing this information on this high school group chat, was this information public?
I have no memory, one way or the other.
At the time Michael Proctor was texting these messages to you and your other high school friends, were Ms. Reed's medical conditions public? Did you know anything about Ms. Reed's medical conditions?
I didn't know anything about this case at all.
Michael Proctor was the one revealing those details about the case to you and anybody on the chat who cared to read them, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked questions about why Michael Proctor was fired, and I believe you answered in a shorthand way for these text messages. Were you aware he was fired for being biased?
I'm not aware of that.
Objection.
So the answer will stand. He's not aware.
Were you aware that he was fired for revealing confidential information about an investigation?
I was not aware of that.
And were you aware that he was also fired for conduct unbecoming a state trooper and a lead investigator in this case?
I was not aware of that.
I have no further questions.
Lead investigator in.
You're not aware that he was fired for conduct unbecoming because of these text messages?
My understanding was it was due to the text messages. I don't know the other details of the situation.
Do you know he was not fired for any accusations of planting or tampering with evidence?
I do not know that.
Do you know that he was not fired for doing anything to compromise the integrity of the evidence in this investigation?
I do not know that.
All right. So, sir, I am going to let you step down, and then, folks, I have an instruction for you that I should have read at the time that text messages came in. You can leave them right with Madam Court Reporter.
Thank you.
And you're all set. Thank you.
All right. Jonathan Diamandis is released from
All
his
right,
unpleasant
so
duty.
I've told you folks previously, but I've got an additional instruction here. Before and I think so you know this, and you'll hear it at the end of the case as well. Before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or created or transmitted the communication was in fact the person alleged. And here we've heard it be Michael Proctor and high school friends, the testimony was, I believe. If you do not find it is more likely true than not that the person alleged to have created or sent these messages, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding this case. And also here, this text message chain was not being admitted for the truth of what's in the chain, but solely for the limited purpose of weighing the text as they go to Michael Proctor's state of mind, and more specifically, whether or not that state of mind reflects any bias or omissions in the police investigations. So, all right,
That's a
is there another
strong part.
witness this morning?
Reflects bias.
Okay.
We would ask Officer Kelly Dever to join us, please.
Okay.
Officer Dever, this is the girl who came in on Friday. We saw her briefly. She was told you are remaining under subpoena. It was just for that one day. She was subpoenaed for that one day. But now she's coming in again today. This is a surprise witness, an add-on by the defense. The judge ordered that the defense had to turn over in written form a summary of all conversations they had with Miss Dever. And she ordered that on Friday, so that was probably done over the weekend. So this will be interesting.
You saw the evidence you give the court during the case now here, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Good morning. Morning.
Morning, ma'am. May I inquire?
Yes.
Good morning. Could you state your name and spell your last name for the jurors, please?
Kelly Dever, last name Dever.
And what do you do for a living, presently?
I'm a police officer.
Where are you employed?
Boston Police.
How long have you been so employed with the Boston Police Department?
2 years and a little over 2 months.
Where'd you work before that?
I worked for the Canton Police.
Were you a sworn officer at that time?
At what time? When I was employed there?
When you were employed by the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I was.
As a sworn police officer?
Yes.
Okay. What was your duty assignment in January of 2022?
I was a patrol officer.
You're familiar with the case that's presently before the bench, correct?
In some capacity, yes.
Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Yes.
All right. Did you ever prepare any kind of report based on any of your conduct or your connection with this case, if there was any connection with this case, while you were a Canton police officer?
No.
Were you ever interviewed by any member of the Canton Police Department in furtherance of their investigation related to the death of John O'Keefe?
No.
Were you ever interviewed by the Massachusetts State Police?
No.
Let me finish the question. I got to finish the question, then you can answer. It works a little better that way.
She's hostile.
Were you ever interviewed by any member of the Massachusetts State Police in furtherance of their investigation into the death of John O'Keefe?
No.
Were you ever interviewed by either the Canton Police Department or the Massachusetts State Police with regard to any of your observations on January 28th or January 29th, 2022?
No.
And you never wrote a report about your observations or any observations that you had on January 28th or January 29th, 2022, correct?
No.
That was a double negative. Let me try that a different way. Did you ever write a report about your observations related to January 28th, 2022, January 29th, 2022?
No.
Thank you. As a matter of fact, the first time you were ever interviewed in connection with anything having to do with this case or this investigation related to the death of John O'Keefe was by a separate law enforcement agency, not the Massachusetts State Police, not the Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes.
That was in August of 2023, is that right?
That's
Yes.
FBI.
Do you remember the exact date?
No.
August 9th, 2023, does that sound right, about right?
I know it was the summer of 2023, so...
Okay. Do you think it would refresh your recollection to take a look at a report of that interview?
Yes, because I've never seen it before.
Just insofar as the date is concerned, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Take a look at the bottom of that page. Just glance at that and tell me once you familiarize yourself with that face page of that report. Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you have that date in mind?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that it was August 9th, 2023?
Yes.
Okay. I want to direct your attention, Officer Dever, to January 28th, 2022. Where were you working? What was your duty assignment on that day, January 28th, moving into January 29th?
Well, 3.5 years later, I remember I was on patrol. I don't remember anything further about this night.
Did you work overnight, like a late shift going into the morning of January 29th?
That was my assigned shift, so yes.
Okay. Who else was working with you on that particular day, if you recall?
Sergeant Good, Officer Mullaney, Officer Seraph, and Officer Pasquarelli.
And what generally was your assignment when you went into work that night on January 28th?
Patrol.
At some point, either that evening in the early morning hours of January 29th, did you note that a call came in related to a person found in the snow, unresponsive in the snow?
Yes.
Tell me about that. The nature of the call and where were you?
I was in my cruiser. A call came in that said person in a snowbank, something along those lines. Immediately followed by that transmission, my sergeant requested that I come to take over dispatch.
Is that Sergeant Good?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, in fact, respond back to Canton PD to take over dispatch?
Yes, so I was already in the parking lot of the Canton Police while this took place, so I was already at the station.
Did you note whether or not Sergeant Good and or any of the others responded to the location while you stayed back to handle dispatch at the police department?
Yes, that's why I went inside so he could respond.
Were you aware that Sergeant Good, did you have any knowledge at that time that Sergeant Good was familiar with or knew who Brian Albert was?
Objection. Sustained.
Did you know who Brian Albert was at
No.
that time?
No.
Do you now? At least
Because
familiar
of
with
this
the
case,
name?
yes.
I spoke over you. I'm so sorry. Based on this case, are you familiar with the name?
The name, yes.
Okay. Did you know Kevin Albert?
No. Oh, the detective Kevin Albert. Yes, I did.
Correct. How did you know Kevin Albert?
He was a detective for the Canton Police.
Were you aware of his relationship to Brian Albert at that time?
No.
Are you now aware of his relationship with Brian Albert?
Yes, from the media.
And what is that relationship as you know it?
Sustained.
Did you know Brian Higgins at that time?
Yes, in passing.
I'm not asking if you're social friends, asking if you knew who he was.
Yes.
How'd you know who Brian Higgins was?
He had an office in the Canton Police.
Was he a sworn police officer?
Not for us.
Was he a sworn federal agent?
Yes.
Worked for ATF?
Yes.
Okay. How long had you known and been familiar with Brian Higgins? Say, for instance, by sight, to be able to recognize who he was.
Sometime during 2020 is when I was probably first familiarized with him, because that's when I was employed with the Canton Police Department first.
Okay. Pass him in the hallways, hi, bye, things like that.
Yes.
Sustained as to form, Mr. Jackson.
Understood. Did you know him by sight?
Yes.
Could you recognize him if you saw him?
2.5 years later, no, but at the time, yes.
I'm not asking you about right now. I'm asking you back in January 2022. Could you recognize him by sight?
Yes.
Did you know who Kenneth Berkowitz was?
Yes.
Who is Kenneth Berkowitz?
He was the chief of the Canton Police.
Obviously very familiar with him. He was your boss, correct?
Yes.
When Sergeant Good instructed you to take over dispatch, explain what that meant.
It meant I walked inside and I sat down in a dispatch room.
Describe the dispatch room. What did that array look like?
There was chairs and computers.
Monitors?
Yes.
Does the dispatch area also have monitors of internal security camera footage?
I know there was camera screens, but I don't know if they were on TVs or computers or where in dispatch they were. I don't recollect where they were or how they would be accessed. They were in the room somewhere. I can't be more specific. I don't remember.
But you do recall seeing that there were monitors that were showing different views of internal security camera footage of Canton PD, correct?
The specifics, no. Were there? Yes.
I don't know what you mean by specifics. I'm asking you, were there monitors that you could look at that showed security camera footage from inside Canton PD, different areas, hallways, corridors, offices, the Sally Port, for instance?
So, 2.5 years since I've...
You keep saying 2.5 years later.
So let her finish her answer and then ask a question.
Sure.
It's been years since I've been in that room. They were somewhere in the room. Where cameras were in the Canton Police Department, I don't recall. The media's provided me information since this case took place, and I can't speak on what's my recollection and what's been media provided. There are cameras. I don't know where on my memory where they are.
So has the media informed you that there were internal security monitors at the dispatch location?
So the objection is sustained. Next question.
What do you recall from the dispatch room, as you put it? What do you recall being there in terms of monitors?
I remember there was a computer screen that had information about current calls, and then there was a 911 screen next to that. Those are the two computers that I would have been positioned in front of during this time.
As a dispatch officer, by the way, you were a sworn officer at
Yes.
that time, correct? Uniform, badge, gun, the whole works, right?
Yes.
Had you ever been in the Sally Port at Canton PD?
Yes.
What's the Sally Port?
A Sally Port is a garage, essentially.
Okay. You were aware that the Sally Port garage had a camera, a security camera?
It would make sense because that's where we bring prisoners to drop them off.
Well, more than just makes sense, I'm asking you, do you recall that it had cameras that serviced the Sally Port garage? Security cameras.
It's where we brought prisoners, so there would be cameras, yes.
Okay, you're saying there would be cameras. I'm asking you, were there cameras?
According to the media, yes. I've seen the footage, so yes, there were cameras.
All right, so hold on. So I'm going to strike that, officer. You have to answer the question based on your own independent knowledge, okay? And if you don't have them, tell us. But you can't reference what you know from the media.
All right. There were cameras in the Sally Port.
Thank you.
Boom. Okay, that was painful. He needed that.
Ms. Dever, do you want to be here today?
I have no relation to this case, so...
I didn't ask you that. I asked you if you want to be here today.
Objection. This isn't direct.
So it's your witness.
I understand.
She can... No comments, just questions. Not, I understand that.
Do you want to be here today now?
I am put on the stand in a murder trial. I don't know why I'm here. I have no connection to this case.
You have no idea why you're here?
You've never talked to me. Nobody on the fence seems talked to me since prior to the first trial. So I don't have any idea why I'm here.
No clue whatsoever, as you sit here, why you might have been called to the stand.
No.
Are you uncomfortable testifying?
No, it's part of my job.
You're a professional police officer, correct?
Correct.
That means you're a professional witness to a certain degree, correct?
In the crimes that I've gone on the stand before, yes, I have been.
And you understand the oath?
Yes, I do.
What is that oath?
The oath is to tell the truth.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
I'll rephrase it. Is there more to that oath when you raise your right hand as a witness?
I'm objecting.
So I'm going to see it sidebar for just a
Sure.
Okay, this is bizarre because this is defense witness, and you're basically calling her credibility into question. Okay, this is normally you don't call somebody onto the stand to. You're then going to then. I don't know. You'd see it with Proctor, but this is a police officer. I honestly think she doesn't know why she's here. I don't know what she testified to that other police agency. But is it about Proctor? Is it about something that happened inside the police department? Is it about something that she witnessed while she was on dispatch? Either that did occur or didn't occur, that differs from somebody's sworn statement about what happened that night? Did she see somebody in the Sally Port? There's a lot of rumors, but we need her testimony. Defense got FBI reports. She definitely said something. She saw Higgins in the hallway on the cameras. Higgins said he just waved at dispatch as he went by, but I think the video camera shows him walking in and then walking out a while later. If that's the right door. Wow. Defense never talked to her. This is crazy. Defense never talked to her. This is risky. They don't know what she was going to testify to. She doesn't know what they're going to ask. But there's something out there they're trying to get her to spill the beans on. Veritas, welcome to the gallery. Thank you, my friend. Yeah, something shady, something stinks here. And it's not just, it's 2.5 years ago, I don't remember. The defense knows what's in the FBI report. She knows what's in the FBI report. I'm sure they need her to say it. They need her to say it because I don't think they can bring in the FBI stuff. Her attitude has changed since Friday. I don't know. I think it was the same. She looked reluctant to be there as well, just following orders. I can understand why the defense didn't meet with her ahead. They didn't want to give someone else time to get in her head. Yeah, I can see, but this is a gamble. This is rolling the dice a little bit. Katie says, I got to go to work and I don't want to. The defense cannot introduce the FBI report. That can't come in. The jury has to be on the edge of their seats. Finally, they're getting the rest of the story. This could be long, especially if she's evasive a little bit in her answers. That when she answers and says, "I've heard a lot from the media. I don't remember what's my memory and what's media recollection from hearing from the media." And Alan Jackson made the comment. He's like, "Would the media have told you that there's security cameras in dispatch?" It's like the media doesn't go into dispatch. They don't know that. So I can understand why the question was asked, but of course it was objected to because you're asking about what the media told her. So let's see what's allowed here. Mr. Jackson, back at it.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. One of the cameras, one of the monitors that you had access to back on January 29th did show the footage from, or did it show the footage from that one of the other Sallyport garage cameras.
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure, it was a little bit clunky on my part. Did one of the monitors that you looked at, that you had access to at the dispatch area, did it show the video footage or the video feed from the Sallyport garage?
So I already said I don't remember where in dispatch the screen with the cameras was. There was a camera in the Sallyport. So if I'm going to make the assumption, then yes, of course. But now that's an assumption.
I'm not asking you for an assumption now. I'm asking you, did one of the feeds, now we've talked about the camera, the other side of the camera is the feed. Do you recall whether or not there was footage that you could see on a monitor in the dispatch area that showed the Sallyport?
I'm going to go with yes.
Okay.
My clarification.
How long?
So I don't know what that means. So what do you mean you're going to go with yes? Is your answer yes?
Just say yes. It looks shady if you say no.
Yes.
Thank you. What time about did you take over the dispatch desk that morning?
Immediately following when the 911 call came in.
Would have been 6-ish in the morning. Does that sound about right?
Sometime I would say towards the later of my shift, but it was the middle of winter and dark out, so I don't know if it was 4, 5, 6.
Understood. But it was still dark out.
Yes.
Once you took over the dispatch desk, did you stay there even past your normal shift ending to support the investigation that was ongoing?
Not to support the investigation. I was just on overtime.
Okay. So you stayed past your normal end time of your shift that day?
Yes, on overtime.
You stayed into the afternoon, correct?
I believe the shift ended at 3:45 p.m. for the Canton Police.
But you stayed past your ending shift time, correct?
Action.
I'm sorry, I'll rephrase it. Did you stay past your ending shift time?
For my regular shift, yes, because I was on overtime on the day shift.
Did you observe anything unusual that stood out in your mind that occurred, pardon me, in the Sallyport while you were on that shift?
So we've discussed this previously. I can't make that statement on the stand because I've been provided information released by the defense that it was not a memory, that it was a distorted memory. Therefore, I can't state it because at this point it would be a lie. I cannot make that statement that you're wanting me to make on the stand because I've advised that that would be a lie.
Ms. Dever, I've never asked you to make a statement one way or the other on the stand. I'm asking you an open-ended question.
Okay,
Did
so
you,
prior
let
to
me
the
ask
first...
you a question. Did you observe something in the Sallyport garage on January 29th, 2022 that you found unusual, that stuck out in your mind?
Given factual information that makes it so I know I did not, no.
So the answer is no.
Correct.
Do you remember being interviewed on August 9th, 2023?
I do.
That was by a separate law enforcement agency, correct?
Yes.
2 separate law enforcement agents, is that right?
Yes.
And you were advised during the course of that interview on August 29th of something, correct?
Can you rephrase that?
I'm sorry, August 9th.
So what was I advised of? Can you rephrase that?
Sure. Were you advised that lying to those officers would be a crime?
So it was a willing conversation. I've spoken with their legal team. Because of the fact I was providing factual information that showed a statement of mine was a false memory, it was not a lie. Therefore, I made it in good faith, and I retracted given information that it could not be accurate.
Ms. Dever, did you understand my question?
Yes, I did. You threatened to charge me with perjury during our phone call prior to the first trial if I didn't lie on the stand right now. I'm telling you, I did not see anything. Factually, I've been provided evidence by a timeline that it is not correct.
Ms. Dever, my question was this. Were you advised that it was a crime to lie to those law enforcement agents? Yes or no?
No.
They never told you, they never admonished you that it would be a crime to lie to them?
Objection.
Sustained. As to form, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. Did they advise you of anything? Any consequences of lying to them?
So we had a willing conversation.
That's yes or no?
I don't recall.
So, okay, there's your answer.
You don't recall if they advised you of anything?
No, because it
Okay,
wasn't.
As a trained law enforcement agent.
Go ahead and ask a question, but both of you only one at a time, okay?
Understood. As a trained law enforcement officer, are you aware that it's a crime to lie to certain other law enforcement agents?
When you have intent to lie, yes.
Okay. So you knew that when you spoke to these law enforcement officers, correct?
Yes.
Jen Jobs, congratulations.
Did you tell these law enforcement officers that you, in fact, saw Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz go into the Sally Port with the
Objection.
SUV? May I finish my question?
He can finish this question. Go ahead.
Did you tell those law enforcement agents on August 9th, 2023, that you saw Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz go into the Sally Port together and alone with the SUV for a wildly long time?
That was my recollection at the time.
So you did say that?
At the time, that is what I recollected.
Okay.
By God, 28 months. Oh, gee, thank you so much. This is crazy.
Did you indicate that you noted Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
She knows why she was here. Caffeine Queen, welcome
You
to
and I
Gallery.
spoke along with Mr. Unetti and Ms. Little on a conference call last year sometime. You remember that?
Yes.
Between the time that you were interviewed on August 9th, 2023, and when we spoke sometime in maybe it was April or so of last year, does that sound about right?
Yes.
Did you have any conversation with any other party about your potential involvement in this case?
No.
Did you have a conversation with anybody in the commissioner's office at Boston Police Department?
Not about anything malicious.
I didn't use the word malicious. Why do you say malicious?
I had a conversation, but it was my department saying, regardless of what I need to say on the stand, they support me.
You were asked to go to the commissioner's office, correct?
Yes.
How long had you been on the Boston Police Department at the time that you were invited to go up to the Commissioner Michael Cox's office?
It had to have been before the first trial, so... And I know it was when the agency released information to outside people.
That's not my question.
Okay, so I don't recall.
Okay. You don't recall how long you had been on the force, generally, at the time that you were called up to the Commissioner's office, on the Boston Police Department?
No.
Was it 5 years, 2 years, 2 months? Give me a ballpark.
So I've been on the department for 2 years and 2 months. I would say somewhere in the range of a year.
Okay. Did you find it unusual for would you call yourself a rookie back then?
Yes.
Did you find it unusual that a rookie police officer would be called up to the commissioner's office personally to discuss a matter?
It was a reflection of how good of a leader he is. It was not anything that I found unusual, given the fact he is someone who wanted to show support for his officer.
So I'm guessing all of your training class or all of your entry classes at Boston PD, they've all gone up to the commissioner's office as well?
I don't know anyone else who's been in this particular circumstance.
Do you know anybody else who's been called up to the commissioner's office at your level at the Boston Police Department?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know of any of your colleagues with your level of experience that have been called up to the commissioner's office for a specific instance?
Objection.
That's sustained.
Now, when you went up to the commissioner's office, did you respond to his indication that he wanted to see you up in his office?
It wasn't a direct line of contact from him.
Okay. Did you respond? Did you ultimately go? That's what I mean by respond. Did you go to his office?
He's my boss, so yes.
Okay. And who else was in that office?
Me and him. The two of us.
General counsel for the Boston Police Department?
No, it's just me and him.
During the conversation that we had last year, did you say that general legal counsel for the Boston Police Department was also there?
Objection.
Not during that conversation.
Objection.
She just keeps talking.
Next question.
Sure. Was there another time that you went to the commissioner's office where general legal counsel was there?
No.
Have you ever met general legal counsel for the Boston Police Department?
Yes.
Was it in the commissioner's office?
No.
When was it?
During my conversation with the agents.
You took a lawyer with you to talk to this other law enforcement agency?
I'm going to see you at sidebar on this.
Wow. Oh my goodness. I'm getting definite vibes of Protect the Thin Blue Line here. Yeah. Whoa. We did not get this the first time around. This is intense and interesting. Why would a rookie cop, which is basically her situation, she's fairly new on the force, be called up to talk to the commissioner? Why did you meet with general counsel, legal counsel for cops? Somebody asked her something, and she gave the wrong answer. And now she doesn't want to stand by the answer because she's seen information that's corrected her. And so and the whole I didn't intend to lie, so it wasn't a lie bit. I'm glad that works for you. I guess it works for Jen as well. But yeah, she said agents. Now we know it's feds, the ATF, CIA, FBI. They're all agents. Secret Service. Who was it? Somebody from the feds. This was kept out of trial 1.0 Recovery Addict. She also relocated to Boston Police Department shortly after. Yes, it seems like a timely move. I think she moved about the time that that Chloe did. What do you guys think of her sitting there? Her hesitation to testify about whether there were cameras in the dispatch that would show the Sally port. And there's a feed in the dispatch that would show the Sally port camera. And she does the whole, I got some stuff from the media, so I'm not sure if it's my memory or not. I'm going to go with yes. The judge gives her an easy out, saying if you don't remember, you don't remember. And then she's like, yes. What? This is one of the most intriguing witnesses ever, especially when she testified just moments ago. She doesn't know why she's here. If she doesn't know why she's here, why the hesitation? Why the threat? That's because you threatened to charge me with perjury. AJ threatened to charge her with perjury. He's not a prosecutor, for one thing. I think he might have mentioned that if you lie under oath, you could be charged with perjury. It's a little bit different, but yeah, she knows entirely why she's there and why she's in Boston now. She said Jackson threatened to charge her if she didn't lie. That was a huge. I'm gonna have to replay this. Where's my keyboard? like by myself.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Dever, when we left off, I was asking you about the meeting at the Commissioner's office. And I want to clear this up. Was General Legal Counsel in that office or not when you had a meeting with the Commissioner, Michael Cox?
No, it was just me and the commissioner.
At some point, did the Commissioner say to you that Boston Police Department, insofar as your connection to this case is concerned, Boston Police Department fully supports you?
Yes.
Did he also say, do the right thing?
That's a direct quote, so I can't recollect if he said a direct quote 2 years ago.
A year ago, when you talked to us, the defense, did you tell the defense that when you were called up to the Commissioner's office, he told you two things? Commissioner Cox told you, number one, the Boston Police Department supports you, and Officer Dever, do the right thing.
So he said my name correctly. He said Dever, and
that's my mistake. Let's see. Like, you want me to repeat the question so I get
So,
that right?
Mr. Jackson, let's go ahead and answer, please.
Yes, and he said nothing with the intent of guiding me one way or the
I didn't ask you
other.
what his intent was, madam. I asked you what he said to you. What were his words to you?
She looks for an
That
objection.
he supports me.
And?
Just wanted me to tell the truth up here.
And his words were, do the right thing, correct?
I don't recall.
How many other times have you testified in a court of law during the course of your job?
Two dozen, 3 dozen. Actually testified probably ballpark a dozen times.
In any of those other cases, has Commissioner Michael Cox called you up to his office to discuss your testimony in any of those cases? Yes or no?
That's not a yes or a no answer.
Well, yes, it actually is, Ms. Dever.
So no comments, okay? Just.
You understand the question?
The question, yes. The implication.
The question is, in any of those, I'm asking you an open-ended question. In any of those cases, Officer Dever, not including this one,
Dever,
has Commissioner Michael Cox ordered you up to his office to discuss your testimony?
No.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
My name's Hank Brennan. We have never met before.
Correct.
Have you ever spoken to me before?
No.
The defense team, Attorney Jackson, asked you some questions this morning.
Yes.
It sounds like you've met them before.
Only by phone call.
How many times have you spoken to Attorney Jackson or anybody on the defense team before today?
Prior to the first trial, it was one phone call where we discussed the case. Outside of that, there may have been one other phone call before the first trial, but it wasn't a discussion of the case. And then prior to this trial, I received a phone call that said, confirm you will be available for one of these days.
Other than confirming you'd be available, was there any discussion before this trial with anybody on the defense?
Not about this case, no.
So the conversation, the substantive conversation, was before the past event last year?
Yes, a year and a few months ago.
You worked at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
You were a police officer.
Yes, I was.
And it sounds like on January 29, 2022, at some point you were asked to attend the desk?
Yes.
The desk is at the front of the police department where you see people coming in and out of the police station?
Yes, there's glass windows.
That night, did you have any difficulty with your memory of the specific things that you saw that night?
I was never on the scene. I never spoke to a witness. I never met a victim. I never spoke with a suspect. This was just a random shift for me 3.5 years ago at a desk that I wasn't asked to recollect for about 1.5 years after the occurrences of that night.
Did law enforcement, not the state police or Canton police, did law enforcement ask you about your memory sometime after that night?
The agents asked me about 1.5 years later. It was the August of 2023 meeting. So actually 1 year and 8 months later was the first time I ever spoke about this case.
When they spoke to you 1 year and 8 months later, did you suggest or share or tell them that you might have seen Chief Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins near the Sallyport area?
I told them on the day of that I saw that. I didn't make any indications it was anything bad. I just said I saw them. And it was in good faith that I believed I saw that. That was the extent of that comment.
So you had told them you believed you saw Mr. Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins in the Sallyport area that day?
On January 29th during my day shift, yes.
Did you then learn any information that helped you remember when your shift ended that day?
So I know my shift ended at 3:45 p.m. So I know that I left then. That wasn't ever one of my questions. The defense released a timeline right prior to the first trial that the vehicle on that day did not arrive in the Sallyport until about 1.5 hours after I left, meaning it is not possible that I saw that.
When you saw this information, did you think about your memory?
When I saw that information, it made it clear to me that there was a distortion of the timeline, and the false memory I created, I provided in good faith, but I retracted immediately, being provided evidence that it was not possible.
Who did you retract it to? Who did you tell?
So I told the defense team prior to the first trial. I also contacted the agents. The agents assured me that good faith.
Not what they said, but what you thought. Not what they said to you. But
did they threaten to put you in jail when you told them about your mistake?
No, I even spoke with the legal team, and they said that I made a comment in good faith. There was absolutely no way that I could be charged with anything of being malicious.
Before we get to your conversation with the defense team, now I wasn't there in that conversation, was I?
No.
Have you ever shared that conversation with me?
I've never shared it with anyone.
Before we get to that, you seem a bit anxious. Are you anxious?
Confused as to why I'm here, but anxious now.
Are you, have you received any negative pushback because of you sharing your memory? Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
No.
Have you received any unwarranted attention from the public or media?
Not to my knowledge, but I didn't go digging to find it.
Well, you mentioned the media sent you something. What did they send you?
So I've seen things in the media. No media has ever been directed for me to find it. It's just this case is unavoidable as a local person on the internet who sees things that get shared.
The jury's like, yeah, we understand.
You were contacted by the defense?
Yes, prior to the first trial.
You mentioned that somebody had suggested you be charged with perjury?
Yes.
Who did that?
One of the male members of the defense team.
Why did they say that to you? Objection.
Sustained.
What were you discussing when you were threatened with perjury?
They were essentially telling me what they were looking for me to say on the stand.
What were they looking for you to say?
They were looking for me to say that I saw Higgins and Berkowitz in the garage with the car.
Did you share with them that that wasn't an accurate memory?
Yes.
How did they respond?
They became very aggressive, raised their voices, and the one word that I can very definitely remember is they said that they would charge me with perjury.
What did they want you to say?
They wanted me to say that statement, although I knew at that point it was not an accurate statement given the timeline.
how many times were you threatened with perjury?
At least once during the phone call, but once you say it once, it was enough.
What else happened during that phone call? Tell us the tenor of it. Tell us the content of it.
That was essentially the thing I remember most, because I understood that was what they wanted me to provide for the trial. I was never called for the first trial. Therefore, I'm not exactly sure what else there is for me to say when the one thing that they wanted on the stand, it is factually not correct and cannot be provided.
When they threatened you to charge you with perjury, tell us what your state of mind was. You could mean it.
Disappointment that legal counsel would go that route with someone who is, from a factual timeline, saying something is incorrect. There was no retracting based on emotion. It was very clear, given the timeline, it could not be correct.
Now, you work for the Boston Police Department?
Yes.
And by the way, when you were with Canton, did you ever talk to anybody about looting or planting evidence or doing anything like that?
No, and this conspiracy theory came out a year and a half later. I was gone.
Did anybody from Canton ever try to suggest to you you should or shouldn't say something to help a hurt side of the case?
No, because I was never spoken to until far after I left.
Did you ever see anybody in this case or any time when you were with Canton doing something improper and tampering with evidence?
Not in this case or any case.
If you had, would you have reported it?
Yes.
Sustain.
Move to strike.
I'll strike that, ladies and gentlemen.
So you transferred to the Boston Police Department. Has anybody from the Boston Police Department ever suggested that you should lean your testimony one way or another?
No.
Has anybody from the Boston Police Department ever given you any rewards or favors for defying the defense position?
No.
Has anybody ever suggested that you should say anything whatsoever that would be unhelpful to the defense?
No.
Has the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office ever encouraged you to testify in any way other than the truth?
No.
When you spoke to the chief of the Boston Police Department, did he in any way ever tell you to shape your testimony?
Not at all.
When you met with the Boston Police Department commissioner, did he ever ask you the substance of what your testimony would or wouldn't be under oath?
He made it very clear he did not want to discuss the case at all.
When you spoke to the people at the Boston Police Department, have they ever weighed in any way on what they think you should or shouldn't say?
No.
As you're testifying here today, are you under any tension, undue influence, stress, threat?
There is discomfort with the way that there's attempting to guide what my testimony is, but I don't feel any need to fall into it because I'm here to speak the truth on the stand. That's my livelihood.
When you were threatened with perjury, how long was that conversation with the defense?
I believe it was just about an hour on the phone. My phone log on my physical phone would not go back far enough for me to be able to retrieve the date or the time that that phone call took place.
That conversation lasted an hour?
Approximately.
How did it end?
Not on a good note in the slightest. I remember it was a pretty hasty hang up on both ends.
Thank you for your time.
May we approach briefly?
Yes.
Well, I think this was a gamble. And I'm not sure if it paid off the way the defense expected it. I think they wanted to be able to say, you know, either you testified then or you testify now. But you said that you saw two people in the Sallyport with the car an hour and a half before it officially arrived.
A male voice on that phone call threatened to charge you with perjury?
Yes.
You're a police officer, correct?
Yes.
Who charges people with crimes?
If a crime is committed, there can be a report of it.
Who
So
charges people with crimes?
in the end, it's going to go through the court system. So the district attorney, the ADAs, that's who pursues it in a court setting.
Have you ever seen a defense attorney charge anybody with a crime?
So you can seek out reporting someone for it.
Have you ever seen a defense attorney charge someone with a crime, ma'am?
Personally, no.
Right. Fact of the matter is, nobody ever threatened you with perjury, did they?
Oh, they did. Yes.
That's
I contacted the FBI regarding it.
Oh, did you?
I did.
You have a report?
I have an email conversation where I sent the 2 questions I had. She responded, I will pass these along. I was contacted by their legal team. They reassured me perjury was not applicable because I made a statement in good faith. Upon further information, I retracted it, corrected it, and made it clear that I could no longer say it because I knew that it was not a clear reflection of the events that took place.
That's a mouthful.
Yes.
My question is, do you have a report from the FBI saying that you reported that someone on the Karen Reed defense team threatened to charge you, your words, with perjury? You have a report to that effect?
No.
No.
She said FBI.
Your job as a police officer is to be objective, isn't it?
Yes.
You're not supposed to take an adversarial position against one side or the other, correct?
I don't.
Just right down the middle, just the facts as you know them, correct?
Yes.
You feel like you're being unbiased in your testimony here today in front of these jurors?
I'm telling the truth.
You think you're being fair to both sides?
All I have to do is tell the truth. If it's not perceived to be fair, that's someone else's opinion.
Let's talk about that truth for a second. What you told those law enforcement agents on August 9th, 2023 was, quote, you recalled seeing Higgins at the station later that day on Saturday. Deborah thought it was also weird that Higgins and Chief Kenny Berkowitz were by themselves in the Sallyport of the police department, by themselves while Karen Reed's car was parked inside. Higgins was a witness and present at the gathering where O'Keefe was found dead outside, and then he was in the presence of important evidence. You were sitting at dispatch by yourself and saw on the camera outside of the Sallyport when they walked in.
Objection to the entire reading.
So beyond the scope, so you have to keep it.
There's more to the statement, Your Honor. Do you remember making that statement to the officers?
My recollection of the time was that, so yes.
Okay, great. Did you go on to say, speaking of being truthful, did you go on to say...
I'm objecting.
All right, so you have to ask differently, but I need to see you for a minute with this and bring that with you, please.
Wow. But wait, there's more. Okay, so this witness, her recollection, having not talked to anybody, no one's talked to her. They say, hey, what did you see? The FBI agents, what did you see? You were there at the station. Is there anything you saw a year and a half later? She's like, yeah, here's what I remember. It was afternoon. You got Higgins. He's a witness. He and the chief hang out in the Sallyport with the car, which was crime scene evidence. I'm like, that's weird. What are they doing alone there with the car? They're all there an awfully long time. And then she's like, oh, wait, I must have been mistaken. The times were off in my head. What I remember could not have happened. Do we have a problem here? Do we have a problem here? It could be a day later. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Do we have a problem here? Oh my goodness! But she didn't leave at 3:30. Yeah, well, that's when her shifts ended, so she would have left. In spite of the fact that, the other time she's testifying about her shift had already ended, she stayed late. She would have left on time. I just remember those things. A year and a half later, I remember I would have left on time on that day when this thing happened that I saw that actually I didn't see, and so I will not testify to. This looks so shady. And the worst part is, the shadiest part is not the timeline, it's the cover-up. It's the go speak to the commissioner upstairs in his office. It's the, hey, you've been transferred to Boston. Say hi to Chloe. Oh my goodness. And it's the fact the way she's testifying does not come across as impartial. For someone who doesn't know why they're here, for someone who doesn't know the reason for being subpoenaed in a trial that she was never on the scene for, she's got a side. The goat time. We're down to one goat. I'm down to one goat. The other goat, oh, well, let's see if he's recharged the batteries a little bit. Ready? Listen. That's all he's got. He's got like a 3/4 scream. Whoa. She opened the door to the FBI. No reason ARCA shouldn't be now able to confirm why they started on this case. I don't know if she's opened the door. She has said FBI, but in the context she shared it with, it might have been just worried about her being charged. Well, I don't know. It didn't. The Fibby's in. Fibby's in. See if the judge will allow it.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Officer Dever, did you go on to say in that interview,
he won,
quote, you never saw them leave, them being Brian Higgins and Chief Ken Berkowitz. You never saw them leave, but you recalled thinking to yourself that they were in the Sally Port for a wildly long time together in there, end quote. Did you say that?
That was my recollection of the time.
Okay.
So yes.
Have you ever heard of By the way, you indicated under questioning by Mr. Brennan that you knew what they wanted from me, meaning the defense, what they wanted from me.
Yes.
You understand that?
Yes.
Do you remember on that phone call that we read directly from the exact same report that I just read from? Do you remember that?
And I told you the same thing then.
That's not
yes.
a question.
Objection.
Sustained.
My question is, just answer my question, Officer Dever. Did we read to you, were you read the exact same thing that I just read to you on that phone call?
Like you can't remember my name, I don't remember.
I can remember your name, Miss Dever.
Okay, so the answer is I don't remember. No comments.
More than that, Judge. I think we all.
All right, so no comments, just questions, please.
Do you recall us telling you that we were looking for the truth about your
Objection.
Comments?
I'm going to allow it.
That we were looking for the truth.
Which I gave you, yes.
Did you also say on that phone call something to the effect of, I know you're going to tear me a new one because I'm changing my testimony?
Changing, no. But you're trying to do that.
Did you say, I know you're going to tear me a new one?
It's what you're trying to do, so yes.
Actually, what you said was, you're going to tear me a new asshole, didn't you?
I don't recall that, so that's putting words in my mouth.
I'm not asking you to put words in your mouth. I'm asking you if you remember saying that during that phone call. Oh, I know you're going to tear me a new asshole.
I don't recall.
Okay. But you do remember saying something to the effect of, I know you're going to tear me a new one, right?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever heard of something called the blue wall of silence?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you think it's important for police officers to protect one another in the field and out?
Objection.
Sustained.
What is she looking down at?
Have you spoken with anyone? Not Mr. Brennan. He's covered that. Have you spoken with anyone from the district attorney's office about your involvement in this case? Ever?
No.
Never?
Unless you're going to provide a person, I've never talked to any of these people.
Have you talked to anyone at the DA's office at all, in any regard?
Not to my recollection.
How about indirectly?
Not to my knowledge.
Are you friends with any people that you're aware of that are connected to this case? Are you personal friends, girlfriends, boyfriends, personal friends with anyone that's connected with this case?
Other people who's been on the witness stand, one person, yes.
Who's that?
Sarah Levinson.
How long have you known Sarah?
We became friends in middle school.
Did you watch any of the trial, this trial?
Clips in passing, but no, it's 6 hours a day. So I work during the day shift now.
So you've seen some of the footage of the goings-on in this case, correct?
Yes, nothing with her. I did not watch her testimony.
Were you aware there was a sequestration order?
I don't know what that means, so no.
You're a sworn police officer. You don't know what sequestration means?
No.
In terms of witnesses? Not watching the proceedings in order to affect their testimony?
No, I wasn't aware.
But you did tune in to the case, correct?
In small clips, yes.
And you did, in fact, on August 9th, 2023, have a fulsome conversation with two sworn police officers about your memory of what you saw, your observations on January 29th, 2022, correct?
I don't know if they're police officers necessarily, but yes.
Law enforcement agents, how about that?
Yes.
To emphasize the fact they're FBI.
And that conversation is reflected in this piece of paper that I just read to you, correct?
Yes.
Thanks. That's all I have.
Okay.
Mr. Brennan comes back up. What are you going to salvage from this?
Were you subpoenaed by the Commonwealth in this case?
No.
You were subpoenaed by the defense.
Yes.
Did they tell you that there was a sequestration order or that you shouldn't watch any of the footage? Did they fairly inform you about what the ground rules were?
No, and I wasn't part of the first trial, so I had no idea about anything to do with this trial.
When you spoke to those law enforcement officers back in 2023, do you know that they made a report where you had informed them that you knew Sarah Levinson, and that report had been provided to the defense a long time ago? Did you know that?
Yes, I informed them very clearly.
So the question about if you know Sarah Levinson, that's no secret in your world, is it?
In that form, I'll sustain it.
That isn't a secret, is it?
Not at all.
That's something you were open and candid about?
Yes.
You understand that regardless of what you say, it doesn't matter as long as it's the truth. Do you understand that?
Yes.
The Commonwealth in no way is asking you to accommodate it or please it in any way. Do you understand that?
Yes.
If there was something that may be perceived by others as adverse to the Commonwealth, you understand we would want you to tell that if it was the truth, don't you?
Sustained.
You understand, well, the Commonwealth has never intimated, suggested, or advised you to say anything other than the truth, have they?
No.
Have you been given any consideration or reward because you remedied your memory?
No.
After being shown the evidence that you left that day, January 29, 2022 at 3:45, and learning that the defendant's car did not get to the Sallyport at 5:30 or so p.m., is there any way you could have seen Mr. Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins in the Sallyport with the defendant's car that night before you left for work?
There is no way.
Understanding you made a mistake, was the defense receptive to your explanation that you made a mistake?
Objection.
Sustained in that form.
Did the defense pressure you when you told them you were going to come into this court and tell the truth about your mistake?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
Can you rephrase it?
Yes. When you told the defense you had made a mistake about your memory, did they pressure you?
Yes.
Did they pressure you to say something other than the truth?
Yes, they wanted me to repeat a lie at that point, given it would have been with malicious intent to repeat it.
Understanding a lawyer has no power to charge with contempt, does that change the reality of whether or not you were threatened? Let me ask it a different way. You were asked questions about whether or not you knew who could take out charges for a crime. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Regardless of whether an attorney has that power, were you threatened that there would be a charge of perjury if you didn't comply with the defense wishes in this case?
Yes.
And knowing you were going to come into court, given this experience you had with the defense, is that why you felt like they were going to tear you?
Yeah.
Is that the phrase we used?
No, that's part of it.
Yes, because they did not want me to tell the truth. So I told them that knowing they were kind of trying to eat me alive into repeating something that is not the truth.
Rather than to come in here and be attacked, wouldn't it have been easier just to said what you had earlier thought was true?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Wouldn't it be easier just to come in and accommodate them rather than be threatened?
Well, of course.
So why did you come in here?
My entire job revolves around what I say on the stand right now. If I was to lie, I lose my job. I lose everything. I'm here to tell the truth. I cannot lie while sitting on this stand.
Thank you.
One question.
Okay.
Your entire job revolves around what you say on the witness stand. Is that what you just testified to?
Yes.
And if you agreed that what you said to those two law enforcement agents on August 9th, 2023, you would be implicating not one, but two police officers, law enforcement officers, correct? If you agreed with what you said in August of 2023 on this witness stand, you would be implicating two officers, fellow officers, correct?
So I'm confused as to what you're asking.
You would be implicating, if you agreed with me, you have not agreed that that was the truth. You've now indicated that what you told to law enforcement agents in August of 2023 was a lie.
No.
If you agreed with that statement here on the witness stand, you would be implicating two officers as having been in the Sally Port, weirdly, for a wildly long time with the SUV, implicating not one, but two fellow officers, correct? That's what you would be doing.
It's not possible I
If
saw
you
that.
agreed with me, would you be implicating the reputations of two officers?
If I was to lie, then yes.
And your entire job revolves around what you say on that witness stand. That's what you said, correct?
I'm still...
That's what you just said, Officer Dever, correct?
I still don't really understand the question.
You just said, all I'm asking you is what you just said. I wrote it down. You just said, my entire job revolves around what I say on the witness stand, correct?
Yes to that question.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Slams his paper down, pen on top of it.
Confused. When you spoke to those agents, you didn't implicate Chief Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins with doing anything criminal, did you?
No, they were friends. That's why Higgins had an office there.
You didn't implicate them ever suggesting they had tampered with evidence, did you?
No.
You never implicated them saying that they had framed anybody, did you?
No.
So when you talked to those agents, did you ever suggest that Mr. Higgins and Mr. Berkowitz did anything to touch or tamper with the defendant's Lexus at all?
No.
Never.
No.
Is there anybody you're protecting?
I have no one to protect.
Do you need to protect anybody?
No.
All right, Officer Dever, you are awesome.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, jurors will take our morning recess, 20 minutes.
All rise, please.
Jurors,
Close your notebooks and follow me.
jurors, think on that for the next 20 minutes. Wow. That was a poor choice of words at the end. My entire job depends on what I say on this witness stand today. It was a poor choice of words. Yes, I think it's true both ways you look at it, but it allows the defense to use it to get, especially because you're changing your testimony, right? In light of the fact that what you said to the FBI, you are now saying is completely different. Now you're saying, I have to say this. My entire job depends on me saying that. There's this, oh my goodness. Cielo, Cielo. Is it Cielo? Cielo? I never get it right. No. 10 gifted memberships. Thank you very much. I'm going to need you to change your name to something I can pronounce. I'm sorry. Mathis Grease says there's no way she didn't understand that question. Yeah. She chose her words poorly at the end. Very poorly. Mavia, they fought more over this one random witness than anyone else in this trial so far. The back and forth. Several times. I think 3 times each side. 3 directs and 3 cross. Wow. For somebody who sits on the stand and says, I have no idea why I'm here. Now you know. Now you know. What a, let's see. It's okay. Say it however's comfortable. Cielo, thank you. It's going to be Cielo. That's your new name. Congratulations. Carla Larson, hard to believe, 25 months. I've been so busy, can't watch as much as I would like, but love the RA family. Carla, congratulations. One of our OGs. Thank you. We've got a couple other memberships messages that came in during that testimony I didn't want to talk over. Let's see, we've got Veritas 0035. Welcome to the gallery, my friend. Jen Jops, 24 months. You hit the big 2-year mark. Congratulations. We've got a pink courthouse and an OG there as well. Speaking of OGs, Becca, member for 28 months. His numbers are insane, guys. That is awesome. That is wonderful. Thank you for your support. OG. Caffeine Queen, welcome to the gallery. Thank you very much. Love their profile picture. What are you drinking there? Corey Hill, member for 17 months, says it's been 17 months. Woohoo! The guy with the camera profile pic. Looks great. I love it. Kayla Newell, Kayla, a member for 21 months, another OG. That's some serious dedication. Does one get discount on the next 21 months? There's got to be some way. Dizzy Grenade, member for 14 months. I know exactly why I'm here, and I'm happier for it, says Dizzy Grenade. Sergeant Mom comes with the super chat. I'm definitely getting vibes of Protect the Thin Blue Line. Yes, and Cielo, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Mathis, thank you. Mavia, thank you very much. They fought more over this one than anyone else. Carla, 25 months. Bravo Chick, 19 months. I think you've been longer than that as well, though. But if I make friends with Higgins, can I have an office too? Apparently, that's all it takes. You just need a friend on the force, and you'll have complete access to the Canton Police Department. Natalie O, member for 19 months. Today has been crazy. So happy to watch with my fellow recovery addicts. It's been a wild day in court already. And we're not done. We're only at the first break. It's 11 o'clock. Sarah Lauren's been here since Stouch's case, but who's counting? Absolutely love RA and the RA community. Sarah, thank you. That was a hard case, but it was also a lot of fun. Judge was amazing. I loved the judge in that case. Honey's mom, member for 25 months. Such an amazing family. Love this place. Thank you, Honey's mom, for your support. All of you. These amazing member anniversaries. Your support makes this all possible, and thank you for your continued support. I hope to continue to earn your support going forward. It's an honor to have that. She totally changed her memory. She saw Higgins and Berkowitz, maybe a different time, or maybe she didn't leave at 3:30. Yeah, couldn't have been. I left. My shift ended at 3:30. I must have been gone. It's more of an issue. It's not as, I mean, yes, it's an issue they were there with the evidence, but it's more of an issue that they were there together in the Sallyport for a wildly long time. And that her story changed as soon as, because nobody talked to her about anything until the FBI comes and interviews her. She says that to the FBI, and suddenly, let's go meet with the commissioner. Do the right thing. You know what to do. I won't tell you what to do. Do the right thing. They should pull her timesheet or, camera footage. Maybe the car wasn't there yet, but the people were. It's a spicy morning, says Irish Eyes. I needed that. You don't just imagine a wildly long time. Yeah. A year and a half later, I still recall how strange it was. How strange it was, and I was sitting there thinking, why are they standing there next to Karen Reed's car? Sorry, Sarah, I almost gave you Karen's car. Why are they standing there next to Karen's car for so long, those two guys? And he's involved in the case. Oops. Sorry, my memory was bad. None of that happened. These are not the memories you were looking for, right? Jedi mind tricks at play here. They did pull her timesheet. That's why she realized she was wrong. You can't unring this bell. I think defense won overall on that one. Deaver saying Higgins was friends with Berkowitz also shows a reason they would protect Higgins if he was involved. Also, no one sees all like that. It was a dream. Yeah, her timing could be off, obviously, that long ago. But it basically says at some point, I think it would be safe to believe that she did witness Higgins and Berkowitz together in the Sallyport with the car for a weirdly long time. It might not have been that day, but at some point that might have happened. Miss Kara 26, I love how all you ignore the fact that she never saw anything inappropriate regardless. I think she knew, as far as the appropriateness, I'm not saying illegal, but as far as the appropriateness, she knew that it would be inappropriate for Mr. Higgins to be there with evidence in that that he's a witness in the case. She knew. That's why it stuck out in her mind. I think that's why she said it was inappropriate for a wildly long time. Daffy 9, comforting that police have really poor memories. I'm just blown away by the fact I didn't intend to lie, so it wasn't a lie. Mavia, after this, I feel Chloe's about to get a new friend out on that farm. Are there any police positions available out there? She knows what she saw. She stayed after shift. I don't know when she saw it, but it seems reasonable to conclude that she did in fact see that at some time. If that memory had that much of an impression on her that without talking to anyone else, when asked about it, she's like, yeah, I remember. This is what happened. Yeah, that's a memory. That's not like I had a weird dream last night that Mr. Higgins and Mr. Bankowitz were in the Sallyport. What a way to start the day. I feel like we needed a bit of spice. I don't think it's going to end there. I think it's going to continue. If she hadn't been so hostile, I may have given her grace, but her demeanor ruined that. I would have gotten written up if my command had seen me acting like that in court. She definitely didn't come across as an impartial witness, not knowing why she's there, just stating facts. And obviously, she's got that conversation with the defense from before the first trial that has swayed her one direction. But maybe the car was not there at the time. Then why would she have the memory of like they're in there with her car for a long time, and why are you there with the evidence in a case that you're a witness in? It's been a great morning of spice. It's apparently approved in Canton. Jules 04, member for 16 months. Thank you very much. Speaking of Jules, the other Jules, it was great to be on with Trial TV Live on Saturday for their 1-year anniversary on YouTube. It was fun to be there, and I got to hang out with Jules from our Florida case from the Maya time. A lot of you know her, and it was great to spend some time with her. She said she was shown that she left at 3:30. That's when she knew she couldn't have seen anyone in the Sallyport. Okay, Alexis. I hear that. She was shown that, and so her memory must be false. So she discounts all of that. False memory, never mind, recant everything I said. What is more... I'm not trying to dig up a conspiracy here, but what would be easier to have to believe? That she has a memory of something that was strange enough that a year and a half later she still recalled it happening, even though she was not involved in the case, and she testified to it to two FBI agents having no clue that it would be good or bad or indifferent for anyone's side, or that possibly somebody falsified some records and changed a punch-out time. I mean, did a year and a half later, are you saying they have video evidence after everything else goes missing so quickly in the Canton Police Department as far as video goes? A year and a half later, were they able to show her a video of that day time-stamped of when she left the station pulling out of the parking lot? Or does someone just say, yep, I show here on your time card you left at 3:30. Couldn't have seen it. Jaina, I think you misunderstand me if you think I'm FKR. I've said throughout this case that the only thing that, in my mind, will keep her from getting convicted in this case is if they can prove corruption on the Canton Police Force. I think the prosecution has a extremely strong circumstantial case against Karen Reed. Extremely strong. And I said all along that that defense should be worried. Very, very worried. Let's see. Nothing wrong with being FKR if you believe in it. I agree. We've got people on both sides here. And in my household, we've got people on both sides. We don't all agree on everything. I like to call balls and strikes as I see them from both sides. I think we've had some incredible. I mean, we have some of the top legal minds we've ever seen at play here in this trial. I even like the judge. I've said that. I even like the judge. I don't agree with all her rulings, but I even like her in this case. She is a smart cookie. There's some things I disagree on, but it's all good. I take a lot of heat for liking the judge. You guys roast me on that one. It's okay. We can still be friends. All right. 20-minute break for the jury. When they come back, we expect a new witness from the defense. And I think I got a call right as I was checking my messages, and I think I might have hung up on them. Sorry about that. Okay, they're back. Hang on a second. Angela, I can hear you. Hang on one second. I do not have my plug. Angela, I don't have the plug. I need a plug. I can't. Nobody can hear you. I'm sorry. Let me find a plug, and then I don't know where it is. I think it's upstairs. I'm sorry. I'll have to have you call back. I'm sorry. Can you hear me? I'm not sure if she can hear me either. Let me see. Hang on. Oh, she's gone. All right. Conspiracy is too much. I agree. Conspiracy is way too much in this case. I'm not with it. I think you might have individual bad actors, but I don't see everybody in on this. How can you convict with such a terrible investigation? There will never be true justice for John O'Keefe, in my opinion. We've seen a lot of cases with either mistakes made or big oversights in investigation. And the thing about investigation is, after the fact, looking back is a lot different than during everything happening. It's easy, to look back and armchair quarterback the whole thing. But this one's bad. This one's pretty bad. That's why I wear a shirt that has the solo cups on the back, because it's embarrassing that they did that. It's embarrassing they used a leaf blower. I will say that the video of the leaf blower in use, and knowing what I know about snow, having grown up in a snow country, it seemed to work somewhat for part of what they did, but they just discount the fact of what it could also do to the rest of the evidence at the same time. Okay, I've got calls coming in, and I don't have a plug. Oh, yes, I do. Yes, I do. Hang on one second.
Donald King.
Hey, Donald, this is Scott. I just found the plug. You're the first caller of the day. How are you doing?
Okay, how are you doing, Scott?
Good, good. What's on your mind?
Yeah, one of the things I wish they would have asked her was how she was shown. When I was in the Department of Correction, the way we signed in is we had a sign-in sheet, and you had to sign it in ink and put your time you arrived and left.
Yeah.
If you didn't sign it in ink, it wasn't considered good. So I really wish they would have took some time to ask her about that.
Yeah, that could have cleared up some of my doubt. If she just was shown an entry on a computer, that's one thing. But her own signature on a line in ink, she's like, "Yep, that's my signature. That's the time." That she could recognize.
But the other thing I found disingenuous was her lack of memory of the dispatch room. I haven't been in the Department of Correction for 11 years now, but I can describe to you every cell house, every building, the Sally Port, the Armory, in vivid detail. I did every job there at the prison, and I have a vivid memory of all those layouts. So I wasn't buying that at all.
I agree. I've taken a tour of a dispatch room one time, and I can tell you the entire layout, where they have their drawers with their quick code cheat cards for different scenarios, which monitor they play Minecraft on when it's slow. I can see all of it in my head. But it sounds like I wish they got in a little background. You don't just throw someone in dispatch who doesn't know how to use the equipment. Okay, this is someone who had to have been trained as to how to enter calls on the 911 system, whatever system they use for that. How to work the radios and the computers and the all the tracking they do. The dispatcher is going to be the one that opens the Sally Port and lets people in and out. And to do that, they have to view and verify, look out, and say, "Yep, that's a police car out here. That's the right guy. Yeah, go ahead, come on in, open the door."
In the Armory at the prison, it's an Armory plus it's also dispatch, and so to be working there, I had to be trained there for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So they didn't just throw me in there and say, "Okay, it's yours."
Yeah.
I had to be trained for 2 weeks.
Maybe she's questioning all her memories now, because this one was called into question. Maybe she's not trusting anything.
Way, I've seen even in the Department of Corrections, people being protected when they did something wrong. So, I don't have a doubt that's what's going on.
Yeah. Donald, thank you very much. Appreciate your insights. Thanks for making the call.
Thank you.
Yep, we'll see you.
Have a great day.
You too. Bye. All right, I found the plug, so we have a phone plug now. We can take calls. Doesn't understand sequestration. That, if she was not told, that is on the defense. That's something that you are responsible for telling your own witnesses the rules for this trial, and I would find it hard to believe that you wouldn't tell your own witness that there's a sequestration order, it's more likely that she heard it and didn't know what it meant, and they assumed she knew what it meant. That's just, yeah. Carla Larson getting gifty with the gift memberships. Gives out 10 memberships. Thank you, Carla. Super generous. Welcome to those who just received the pass from slow mode. Thank you very much, Carla. Your generosity is huge, huge. She knew she testified before. I don't know if she's ever testified in a case. Most police officers testify in like traffic accident cases. That's going to be their number one situation. If she's working patrol, she's writing tickets, she's going to accidents. And so it's going to be DUI, speeding, lane infractions, that sort of thing that get taken to court in front of either a jury or a judge, and they testify as to what they observed and what they wrote the ticket for and everything else. Canton specifically doesn't get a lot of murders, and when they do, they go to the Massachusetts State Police. That's just the way the law works there. So Canton doesn't do big crime investigations like a murder trial there. So it's probably her experience doesn't ever come across sequestration. She interviewed with FBI and to a grand jury. AZ DCS Oversight Group gifted a membership as well. Thank you very much, AZ. Silly Claus, I saw your comment earlier. You've got some experience, worked for a time as a dispatcher, a 911 dispatcher. I got pretty close with the sheriff in the last county I lived in, and did a lot of work with the sheriff's office there. Got to be a victim in a SWAT team scenario standoff. So I was held hostage, and then had to run from the building. Got tackled before the dog bit me. Great times, good times. Loved that, everything about that. But through that, I got to know a few of the dispatchers there at the sheriff's office, and that's a big thing. The dispatcher is so involved at the front end of a call, literally on the phone with someone who's having the worst day of their life or the last day of their life, and you're trying to talk them through it, and at the same time you're getting help, and you're getting all the information and making sure the information you've got will keep both the officers safe, or the medics that are responding, a ton. I mean, just the amount that has going on in your head, and you have to do it calm, collected, and then once that dispatch has gone out and the people have arrived, you're on to the next call. There's another cat in the tree, and somebody's calling 911 about it. And you don't get the closure that comes necessarily from all these cases. So you get all the buildup and none of the closure on the end, and just tons of work. I think a lot needs to be done to help dispatchers out and consider them as law enforcement officers fully, especially when it comes to like retirement issues and things like that, which oftentimes they're sort of treated like second-class citizens when they should not be. I'm sure she got something in writing about the sequestration order along with her subpoena. I don't see why every witness wouldn't get it in writing automatically from the court. For previous cases I've seen, it's always been the calling party's responsibility to inform their witness of any restrictions on what they are allowed to say, what they aren't allowed to say, like FBI or something like that. But she said it. She said FBI. Now we know. Special case, that was not brought up. It was just that she was, for a short time, at the 1st Police Department in Canton. That is often the case in law enforcement in general, that someone will work at a police department for a year or two, or depending on the department, a few months. Departments that have a lot of turnover, okay, that say the highway patrol, they're burning through people. People are leaving or retiring, and they need to hire a lot of people. They'll have to sweeten the deal. They say, okay, we'll put you through post, right? We'll put you through school. We'll get you certified, but you have to stick with us for a year afterwards. And once you're done with that, then you go to a higher paying job or something like that. That's very common in the police world, to move early in your career. FBI has entered the building. had to ask the judge right in the moment I arrived for my subpoena if I'm sequestered or can I watch. Because it's my TiVo's full. Can I watch this or not? Mathis says, testifying is my job. What sequestration? Huh? What? It's a big word. Amber says, Recovery Addict, there was not an instruction given in court after that testimony. Oh, just so jury solidly has FBI in their brain, and I'm certain at least half of them wrote down FBI. Yeah, it's pretty clear we know now. Oh my goodness, Ricky, you missed this morning. Ricky, you've got to go back and rewatch this morning sometime. We have an amazing, amazing hostile witness who doesn't know why she's in court. And through many sidebars, 3 directs, 3 crosses, it just gets better and better in this one. And it's spicy. It's spicy. Jury can take notes. Yes, they will be allowed to keep notes up until the point where a verdict is reached or they are hung, at which point all their notes will be destroyed. They don't get to take them home. You can't keep notes and write a book from it later. You have to do that from memory. I wonder if they're going to subpoena. If she said there was a report filed, defense would be looking for that. Defense would be looking for a report with the FBI about where they had complained. She had complained to the FBI about the defense threatening to charge her with perjury. John O'Mara says, doing therapy with clients, I've had clients create memories from 2 separate thoughts to create a false memory. This is a brain function. Often the false memory remains real. Often the false memory remains real. So it seems real to them even though they've created it. So John, are you saying that I imagine that if they're creating a false memory, there were probably something very impactful, right? That this event that someone is remembering is significant in some way to them. It just seems to have this police officer who's testifying that this was just a random Tuesday. I think it was a Friday, Saturday, but a random day at work, and recall that this happened. Seems strange to have a false memory from that. On the ground sources say jurors were seen flipping back in their notes when Sarah Levinson was mentioned. They're like, oh, Sarah. Who was Sarah? I remember that name. Who's next? Arca? I don't know who's next. Could be Dogbite. Could be the Dogbite doctor. I'm going to go ahead and leave. Take Kelly Devers' message down. All right, why didn't AJ say FBI agent after she said FBI? Because he's not allowed to. He's not allowed to bring that in, and if he did, there would be an objection. That is one of the things the judge says that they can't bring in. Now, a witness saying it when you haven't asked for it, that's different. And so she brought up FBI, and she brought up that she reached out to the FBI to see if she would be in trouble. And I think the jurors can connect the dots here. Here we go. Dr. Russell next. AJ needs to be put on notice for witness intimidation. What he does in court doesn't count. They're actually immune from that. He can't be sued for what he says in court or charged.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
So, Mr. Alessi, you're at the podium. Who is your witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense calls Dr. Marie Russell.
Russell, she's here. This is the dog bite doctor. This is going to be a little longer. I think she's definitely going to take us through lunchtime, possibly early afternoon.
Follow me, please. Then you're going to step up and face the court and raise your right hand. Thank you.
She looks exactly like we saw her
Ms.
last time.
the evidence speak to the court and jury in the case now and hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
May I have a seat?
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right,
morning.
Mr. Alessi, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your full name and spell your last name and introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes. Marie Russell, Russell.
Can you summarize your professional background?
Yes, I am an emergency physician and a forensic pathologist.
How long have you been an emergency medicine physician?
For over 30 years.
How long have you been a forensic pathologist?
For over 30 years.
Do you have a medical license?
I do, several.
When were you first licensed to practice medicine?
In 1988.
What medical licenses do you currently hold?
Well, I have a physician and surgeon license in California. I have a medical license in Massachusetts, New York, and Idaho.
Where did you attend college?
I attended both MIT and Northeastern University here in Massachusetts.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I said in Massachusetts.
Right. When did you attend pre-med and what was your major for MIT?
Yes, when I was at MIT, that was in 1972 to early 1974, I took pre-med courses. My major was biology, but I took pre-med courses.
Did you obtain a degree from MIT?
No.
Why not?
Unfortunately, my mother became sick with cancer, and I ended up going back to New York.
Where did you ultimately obtain your bachelor's degree, and which degree was it?
Well, after my mother passed away, I came back to Massachusetts, and ultimately I obtained my degree at Northeastern University. And what was the other part of the question?
Did you have any distinction with regard to your degree that you achieved from Northeastern?
Yes, I obtained the bachelor's degree with highest honors.
After college, did you go on to receive a Doctor of Medicine?
Yes.
Where did you attend medical school and when did you obtain your medical degree?
I attended the University of Massachusetts in Worcester medical school, and I obtained the medical degree in 1987.
Did you complete any residencies, and if you also could just explain to the jury very briefly what a residency is?
Yes. I completed an internship and residency in emergency medicine initially, and what that is internship is and residency both are very intense years of study and training and getting experience in a particular area. So I obtained the internship, I completed the internship and residency in emergency medicine.
Where did you obtain those internships and residencies?
Well, I was interested in emergency medicine, so I went to Los Angeles because they had a very, very busy emergency medicine program.
And it may be obvious, but let's just make it perfectly clear. Why is Los Angeles very busy for an emergency medicine practice?
Well, it's a big city, and in this particular hospital that I was at, it was right in the heart of the city. It was in the, near the downtown, but it was in a very, very busy and underserved area, so it was very busy.
Did you complete any fellowships, and could you please explain to the jury the significance and prestige of a fellowship?
Yes, so after my residency in emergency medicine, I then decided to do a second residency, and that was in pathology, in anatomic pathology. Pathology, of course, is the study of disease. And so I did the 2 years of anatomic pathology, also at the same busy medical center. And after that, I did a fellowship, 2-year fellowship in forensic pathology at the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's Office.
What did your forensic pathology fellowship involve?
Well, forensic pathology training involves the investigation of deaths, usually sudden and unexpected deaths. And so I investigated many death cases. I performed over 500 autopsies at the medical examiner's office for sudden and unexplained, sometimes unexplained, sometimes very obvious deaths, but sudden deaths. And then in addition to that, there were classroom hours. There was on-scene time. There was time in the crime lab. We spent a week at the crime lab. I spent some time at the FBI. So it was a very, very comprehensive training program.
Approximately how many autopsies were you performing a day?
Oh, usually 1 to 2, unless there was another assignment.
In addition to performing the 1 or 2 autopsies a day, did you attend any conferences or participate in any forensic case discussions as part of the fellowship?
Yes, so it was very organized, and we had conferences on some, mostly Thursdays, but also sometimes on Tuesdays. Interesting case conferences or very structured lectures.
You spoke of cases. Can you briefly tell the jury, so they have an understanding of the type of cases that you would typically work on as part of your forensic pathology fellowship?
Well, there were many unexplained deaths, so some of them would be natural deaths in somebody who might be a little younger than usual old age. And then there were cases where there might be a drug overdose. Many cases were accident victims, including car accident victims and other kinds of accidents. There were quite a few homicides, in fact, many homicides, and quite a few suicides.
Did any of those cases deal with wounds and wound patterns and wound identification?
Many of them, in fact, I would say almost most of them, because part of the examination, and a very important part of the examination, is the external examination of the body. So before I was allowed to even start an autopsy, I had to do a complete external examination of the decedent's body, looking for any kinds of wounds or abnormalities.
We'll come back to wound pattern recognition a little later. But again, I think it's probably clear to most people, but just to be ultimately clear, when you talk about external, can you just elaborate a little what you mean by that?
So the external examination is of the exterior of the body, the skin, the hair, the eyes, looking for, amongst things looking for also would be rashes and scars and those sorts of things. So that's the external examination.
In external, Dr. Russell, is to be contrasted with what?
Oh, with an internal examination. So after all that is done, and there were some other things that had to be done too, like looking at examining the clothing, or looking at X-rays if there were X-rays available from the medical examiner's office, and of course reading the medical record that was available. After all that was done, then I would proceed with the examination of the internal structures of the body, including the organs, the soft tissues and muscles underneath the skin, the bones, etc.
Do you have any certifications?
Quite a few.
Can you name them, please?
Well, I'm
board certification. I'm sorry to interrupt you, doctor.
Okay, so I'm board certified in emergency medicine, and That was, after the residency training, had to take a qualifying examination. Then I've had to be recertified. I think it's 3 times now. I just recertified again, so I'm certified for another 5 years.
What do you have to do to get board certified and maintain that significant certification?
Well, presently, to get board certified, one has to complete a residency in emergency medicine. And so that is, depending on the program, either 3 or 4 years long. I went to a 4-year program. And then I had to take examination, both a written examination, very long written examination, and then an oral examination where I was questioned by many established emergency physicians on the various kinds of cases that might present to the emergency department. They would give you an unknown, and you would have to talk about how you would care for that person.
Do you have any affiliations with any professional organizations?
Yes. I'm a fellow of the American College of Emergency Physicians. I'm a fellow of the American Academy of Forensic Science. I'm a fellow of the the National Association of Medical Examiners, and then I have some memberships in some other organizations.
What does it take to achieve fellow status that you just mentioned?
So in order to be a fellow, it depends on the organization, but in order to be a fellow, you usually have to be a member for a certain number of years, member in good standing. And then for some of the organizations, you have to have attended some of their national meetings. For some of the other organizations, and possibly have presented a study or a paper or something at the national meeting. Other of those organizations, it's a little bit variable, membership for a certain number of years.
In addition to all of that education, background, experience, do you have any specialized training and experience with regard to investigations of death?
Well, yes. So, again, the focus of the forensic pathology was investigations of death, but also in my job as an emergency physician at the hospital I was at for 29 years, I had both clinical responsibilities, meaning in the ER, taking care of patients, and administrative responsibilities, meaning committees and, office type work. And so one of my responsibilities during that time was to be director of the Quality Improvement Committee. And as director of the Quality Improvement Committee, of course, I had to do death reviews. So analyzing, studying the people who came to the emergency department and was subsequently either pronounced dead or died in the emergency department.
So now let's move to a slightly different topic. Let's discuss your work experience. What do you currently do for work?
I work for the Medical Board of California, and I do some private consultation work.
Describe your work briefly for the Medical Board of California, including what is the board, what's its responsibilities, and what do you do in your role in working for the Medical Board of California?
So the medical board is a part of government, I think, that is established to basically police the doctors and some other health professionals. So what the role of the medical board is to protect the public health, to protect them from misdeeds by healthcare professionals, particularly doctors. So, would you like me to go on?
So in terms of the medical board, just a last question with regard to that. What type of knowledge do you have to have with regard to the practice of medicine to be able to assist the board in evaluating whether certain doctors have met the standard of care in a whole host of areas of the practice of medicine? What type of knowledge do you have to have?
Well, you certainly have to be up to date. You have to be quite knowledgeable on current treatment standards. what is considered the actual standard practice of medicine, and be up to date on literature and what things that are currently accepted as the good practice of medicine.
Prior to your current role, where did you work and when?
Well, before becoming a doctor, just
so we can do it for maybe a little more for the jury, if you could go just before the medical board where you work, or do you want to do it from the beginning? Whatever way is best for you, doctor.
Doesn't really matter. Most recently, I worked for the state of California, the prison system. I was the medical director of the, or what they call the chief medical executive of one of the high security prisons in California. I did that for 5 years after retiring from my Los Angeles County job, which I held for 29 years.
And briefly describe generally your duties in that role.
So as chief medical executive, it was my duty basically to run the medical department. So I hired physicians, I supervised the physicians, made sure that they were providing the standard of care to the inmates that they were assigned to take care of. I reviewed many of their charts. I reviewed transfers and requests for services outside, such as specialty services, orthopedic services, and other kinds of services. And I reviewed every single death that occurred during my years there.
So you just said you investigated every single death that occurred at the prison during your time in that role?
Yes.
Approximately how many death investigations were there that you performed?
I think approximately 60.
Now, did you have any involvement there in examining or identifying wounds of deceased individuals?
I did. My office was in the medical building, and it was very close to what was the equivalent of the urgent care center on site. And so when the patients would come in with an extreme injury, a very serious injury, or near death, I would frequently go over right to the urgent care because that was my specialty. That was, my interest. And even though there was a doctor or another practitioner assigned to care for the patient, I would oversee that. And I would also, examine the patients, look for wounds, look for, signs of injuries. There were some, in some of these cases, there were some deaths, and I would examine those bodies very carefully for any kinds of wounds, just like I had done in the coroner's office for those years.
To move this along, before you became the chief medical executive at Corcoran, where did you work and what did you do?
So I worked for 29 years, I worked at what's called the Los Angeles County USC Medical Center. Now, I know that's a lot to say. It was a county hospital that was affiliated with a medical school. It used to be called, prior to that, prior to when I got there, it was called General Hospital. It was a 19-story building, General Hospital. Well, no. And now it's actually called LA General or something of that nature. So, anyways, that's where I worked for 29 years. And as I said, I had a variety of different roles there.
Can you just briefly name off the roles that you had while at the General Hospital?
So, as I mentioned earlier, there was always a clinical component to what I did. I always had shifts in the emergency department where I had to see patients and supervise interns, residents, physician assistants, nurse practitioners. So in addition to seeing my own patients, I would also supervise them as they were seeing their patients. So that was the clinical role. Then there was an administrative role, and my administrative roles ranged from director of what they called life support training, which provided training to the trauma surgeons and the neurosurgeons regarding things such as advanced trauma life support and also to ER doctors. So director of life support training, director of QA. For many years I was director of the jail unit, which was a very unique unit at this hospital. For a hospital, it was a very unique unit in that it had three components: a dedicated ER, for jail patients or patients in custody, a dedicated clinic for in custody patients, and a dedicated inpatient. So it's three sections dedicated to in custody services. I was medical director of that for a while.
In addition to all that, were you also a professor?
I was an assistant professor.
Assistant professor. And what did you teach? Just a brief summary of what you taught.
Well, most of my teaching was clinical, bedside teaching, rather than in lecture halls. I would occasionally give lectures to the residents, the residency group, which was about 50 doctors.
And those residents are medical doctors, correct?
Yes, they are. Yes,
Yep.
they are medical doctors. So I would occasionally give lectures to them, but a lot of the teaching was actual bedside teaching.
Switching gears just a little bit and segueing, over your course of your career as an emergency department physician and otherwise, did you treat individuals with animal-inflicted injuries?
Yes.
And did any of those animal-inflicted injuries involve dogs?
Yes.
And generally, is it correct to say that in terms of dogs, there's sort of the canine police dogs, and then there's the civilian dogs with which most people have experience?
Yes.
Are those two categories that you're familiar with, you're comfortable, as we discuss dogs, to have canine versus civilian?
Yes, because the injury patterns are a little different.
Okay. So what is the difference between a canine dog on the one hand and a civilian dog on the other?
Well, generally, civilian dog bites are rather minor, generally. Puncture wounds, maybe, some slight avulsions, skin defects, slight skin defects, usually not major. Whereas in the canine or trained police dog bites, the wounds the wounds I saw, were extensive wounds where there was extensive ripping, tearing, crushing of tissue, and many times even injuries to the muscles and blood vessels underneath.
From your experience, do you know why the injuries from a canine dog are as you describe them, as opposed to injuries from a civilian dog?
Well, in the LA area at that time, the dogs were taught to bite and hold. So they would the canine dogs would get a grip on the individual that they were pursuing, and then hold on, even if the individual was trying to pull away. And so there were oftentimes tearing injuries to those, because that's how the dogs were trained at that time.
Even with canine dogs, did you ever see injuries from canine dogs on humans that were not a complete bite, that were an incomplete bite?
Yes. So if the dog missed on the first attempt at a grab, the teeth might only scratch the surface of the usually extremity, by the way. And so you'd get what I consider an incomplete dog bite, because it was just scratch marks from the teeth. But the dog would then, try a second time and third time.
Now let's go to civilian dogs, a term used for more dogs of household pets that people have. Can you describe from your experience the type of wounds from those civilian dogs that you would see, and contrast it with what you just described for a canine dog?
generally they were minor. So a scratch, a puncture wound, maybe a little tearing of the skin, a little skin flap, but generally much different.
In your 30, did you say about over 30 years experience in the emergency medicine department?
Mm-hmm.
What did you see more of? Civilian dog wounds on humans or canine wounds?
Actually, it depended on where I was assigned at the time. So in the very beginning, because the jail unit was one of my first assignments, I saw these terrific, horrific wounds, many of them, I learned that what was in the textbooks about how to treat them was so wrong because these patients many of them needed hospital admission, intravenous antibiotics, and many of them needed surgery. And what I was reading in the textbook was, that you could patch them up and clean up the wound and send them home with, sometimes with antibiotics, sometimes without. But anyway, so initially what I was seeing a lot of in the very beginning was the law enforcement dog bites, because I was assigned to jail ward. And also I was very interested in this because I used to be a police officer. And before going to medical school, I was a full-time police officer here in Massachusetts for 7 years. And so I had this interest in law enforcement type injuries sustained during the arrest process, et cetera, et cetera.
So you had an early interest in with regard to dog-inflicted wounds on humans and a police officer. Where were you a police officer in Massachusetts and when?
In the city of Malden. I was appointed as the first woman police officer in 1977 to 1984, full-time.
And while you were a police officer, were you doing that full-time and anything else while you were a police officer? Were you pursuing school while you were a police officer, your college education, or was it separate?
No, I was a full-time police officer working the night shift. And I was attending Northeastern University part-time during the daytime to pursue my degree.
Were you a sworn duty police officer?
Yes.
Full member of the police force?
Yes.
Did you attend academy?
Yes, I attended the Boston Police Academy.
And how many years were you a Boston police officer?
No, I wasn't.
I'm not Boston, the Malden.
I was a Malden police officer for 7 years, full-time.
Now let's go back to your emergency department and other experience. Can you approximate how many dog bite injuries you provided treatment for while an emergency department physician?
Overall?
Overall.
Well, I don't know the exact answer, but I estimated it at a very conservative number of 500 dog bites, because, would you like my methodology?
Oh, please.
Oh, okay. So I considered that even though I worked there for 29 years, I would take 25 years and 40 weeks out of the year, because the other weeks I might be assigned something special, a special rotation or a special assignment or vacation or some kind of course. So 25 years, 40 weeks per year, that's 1,000 weeks. So even if I only saw one dog bite at this busy trauma center, that would be 1,000 dog bites in my career. But I just took it in half. I cut it in half and said I think at least 500.
In addition to the 500, did you oversee other physicians or healthcare professionals like physicians' assistants, nurse practitioners, who themselves were treating and observing dog-inflicted wounds on humans?
Yes.
And approximately, just the number, approximately how many of those, in addition to the 500 you just calculated?
Well, I generally supervised about 3 to 4 people per shift. Med students and interns, residents, whatever, all those people. And so I would say very conservatively another 500.
In terms of other work, I want to shift just a little bit in the emergency department. Did you encounter injuries from persons involved in motor vehicle accidents?
Many.
And you mentioned you were in Los Angeles, and in terms of those, can you approximate how many humans you saw and treated and diagnosed in the emergency medicine department from motor vehicle accidents?
Well, it was a very busy level 1 trauma center.
What is a level 1 trauma center?
So level 1 trauma center is the highest designation that a trauma center can have. And there are many requirements in place in order for a medical center to be a level 1, including 24-hour in-house neurosurgery, 24-hour in-house orthopedics, and an active research program, and many, many, many more requirements. And a certain level of training for all of the ER docs and all of the trauma surgeons. So we were level 1 trauma center, one of the busiest in the west of the Mississippi. And we were, the hospital was located near some major freeways. So we saw lots of patients from motor vehicle accidents. But if I were I would say, if I took the 1,000-week number again, if I saw, at least 3, motor vehicle accidents per week, that's 3,000 at least. And that's just me. That's not the interns, residents that I'm working with.
So, shifting again a little bit, as medical director of jail medical services at General Hospital, can you just describe a little bit about the work there, similar to what you just described, or is it a little different?
So in the jail medical services, we dealt with people who were in custody. Some of them were also drunk drivers and under arrest. Some were they were arrested for a variety of reasons. Anyways, and if they were in custody, rather than have them in the main emergency department, we had a special emergency department for them. And so we would see interesting cases there.
In terms of being a professor, is that your time as an adjunct professor at Cal State Los Angeles? Is that where you were an adjunct professor?
Yes, so while I was doing all this, I also had a part-time job teaching a course called Legal Medicine to graduate students, master's level students, in the criminalistics master's program at Cal State University.
And in terms of topics, just briefly, some of the topics you would have taught them, and particularly any that may be apropos to why you're here today.
So knowing that many of these students were going to go on to work in crime labs or be crime lab directors someday, what I needed to do was to teach them about the aspects of a crime scene that dealt with a body or someone who was injured or killed, and so we dealt with things such as time of death, post-mortem changes, wound analysis on the body, looking for different patterns of wounds or types of wounds that could direct them into to steer them in their investigation. Let's see, so many other things, yeah.
There was a little bit of a noise here when you were talking about wounds and patterns. Could you just repeat that aspect of it?
Sure. So, so when a criminalist or a crime scene investigator goes to the scene, they have certain duties to attend to, and they need to be aware, that certain kinds of wounds, might indicate certain types of death. For instance, gunshot wounds in certain locations, or lacerations or stab wounds in certain locations might mean that this could be a suicide, this could be a homicide. They need to know, if there's something that might look like resemble a bite mark, that maybe that area needs to be swabbed or photographed, especially, and etc. So that's basically. It was very basic, but that's what.
Let's now shift again to your work at the County of Los Angeles Department of the Medical Examiner's Office, or is sometimes called the Coroner's Office. When did you have that work, and what did that position involve?
So that was from 1993 to 1995. And as I mentioned, there was death investigations. I was assigned a certain number of cases myself, but we also reviewed cases that other doctors had. And I, given my curious mind, when I would do my autopsy, I'd also look at whatever other cases were going on. And there was typically 10 to 15 cases going on any given day. And so so I learned a lot, not only from my cases, but from other cases.
Did you ever conduct an autopsy of any individual that sustained dog-inflicted wounds?
Yes.
Please describe that autopsy.
That was a case I'll never forget. It was a young boy who had been attacked by 3 dogs, large dogs, but not specifically canine, law enforcement trained dogs, but 3 large dogs. And the wounds there were extensive wounds all over the body, or as best I can remember, including a wide variety: puncture wounds, some scratches, abrasions, contusions. There were a number of different types of wounds.
So let's now go, we talked about dogs and motor vehicles. I want to go back, please, to motor vehicles. Did you, as a forensic pathologist, did you ever conduct autopsies of decedents that were involved in motor vehicle accidents?
Yes.
Approximately how many?
Hard to say. I'm not sure, really, but probably at least, motor vehicle accidents, probably at least 20 or 30.
Did you conduct autopsies of victims of motor vehicle pedestrian incidents?
Yes.
Now, prior to working at the coroner's office, you worked at the jail emergency department at General Hospital that you described, right?
Yes.
And in that position, did you provide treatments to persons that suffered dog-inflicted injuries?
Yes.
And just approximately how many? And then we'll move on to the next topic.
Approximately, personally myself, about 40, but I was involved I worked as part of a team, and so I think we saw probably about 60 of these severe dog bites.
We're going to shift again to keep it moving. Have you authored or edited any publications on dog-inflicted injuries on humans?
Yes.
And what publications, please?
So I was a co-author on 2 peer-review articles in major emergency medicine journals. One of them was describing the law enforcement dog bites, injury patterns, and another one was more focused on the management of the law enforcement dog bites.
And did you, those are ones you co-authored, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever edit the work of others, articles or books as part of a peer-reviewed process.
Yes.
Describe that, please.
Yes. I was asked to be a co-editor of a 2-volume series on forensic emergency medicine in a peer review article series. And one of the chapters in one of those issues was on was on bite wounds. It was written by Dr. Gerald Vale, V-A-L-E, and who is a renowned board-certified forensic odontologist.
In terms of moving now from peer-reviewed articles you co-authored, peer-reviewed books and articles you edited, have you attended any seminars or talks or lectures on wound identification and or bite wounds?
Yes.
Just briefly describe a couple to give the jury a flavor of what those were.
Well, there have been many lectures on wounds of all sorts. And in the emergency medicine program, of course, there were lectures on wounds from various types of animals and how to treat them. In the forensic arena and at some of the professional organizations, there were lectures or talks on wounds. And also there was a yearly talk on bite wounds given by Dr. Vale at the coroner's office.
State perhaps the obvious. Have you had a lifelong interest in dogs and dog-inflicted wounds?
Yes.
And is that a professional and a personal interest?
It's professional.
Right, mostly professional, as you've described it. Let's now keep moving and go to another topic. Have you testified as an expert in court before?
Yes.
Is that in state and federal court?
Yes.
What topics have you testified to in state and federal court?
Causes of death, wounds, child abuse, domestic violence, mostly causes of death.
Have you testified as an expert regarding emergency medicine?
Yes.
Have you testified as an expert regarding forensic pathology?
Yes.
Have you been found to be qualified as an expert in each of those categories in the courts in the United States?
Yes.
Have you ever not been qualified to testify in any court in the United States?
No.
Have you ever testified as an expert regarding identifying dog-inflicted wounds on humans?
No.
And why not?
Because prior to this case, because it's not a topic that comes up very often.
So although it comes up often in your practice, in terms of whether it's an issue in court, is it my understanding from your answer, it just doesn't come up that frequently?
Correct.
Are you aware of any other physician practitioner that would be testifying in court a lot on this topic, given what you just said about the infrequency of it coming up?
No, I'm not.
Now let's go on to what were in the last question on this line, give a general idea of the types of wounds that were at issue and whether there were any pattern wound issues in those cases that you've testified in court about.
Well, many of them were stab wounds. Some were blunt force wounds from from variety of mechanisms, including assaults or motor vehicle accidents. Again, a lot of wounds from accidents, and then of course gunshot wounds.
Were those the topics both living persons as well as deceased?
Yes.
Let's now move to, you've mentioned wound pattern, right? And are you familiar with the topic in the area of wound pattern recognition?
Yes.
Can you please describe for the jury what you mean by wound pattern recognition in your practice and from your experience? What is it generally, and we'll get to some more specifics as we go through.
Well, generally, pattern recognition is very important in medicine. It's important in a lot of different fields of medicine, including radiology. They look for patterns on x-rays. Pathologists under a microscope looks for certain patterns to identify cancerous cells, for instance. So pattern recognition is very important. And then as a subset, wound pattern recognition is of course, very important to physicians that deal with patients that, come in from, from the street, so to speak, from, who may have been assaulted, may have been child abuse victims, may have been domestic violence, elder abuse, those kinds of victims, because sometimes it's important to, or you learn that what actually happened is not what the patient or the relative or the presenter said happened. And so you have to discern or figure out what happened in a case. And so you have to be able to identify certain patterns and regions of the body, for instance, where wounds are, in order to make that happen. And so it's very important. It's emphasized in emergency medicine.
When you were in residency, were you taught wound pattern recognition methodologies?
Yes.
And is wound pattern recognition an area that you continue to learn and then gain experience from your over 30 years as emergency medicine physician?
Yes, it was emphasized in both emergency medicine and forensic pathology, in both fields. Very important.
Is wound pattern recognition a generally accepted methodology that is applied in the practice of medicine?
Yes.
And you've given a few examples of that pattern recognition methodology. Is that pattern recognition methodology generally accepted and discussed in the peer-reviewed medical literature?
It is in certain articles, right. Yes.
And we'll be getting to some of those. In terms of wound pattern recognition, just roughly how frequently in your experience as an emergency medicine physician did you have to exercise your skills in wound pattern recognition?
I would say probably weekly, because I always questioned, what the patient was telling me, and did it fit? Did the story make sense? So I did it quite often.
And was that particularly important in child abuse cases where you may not be getting the story and you'd have to look at wounds and make your own determination?
Yes.
Now let's go and slightly move on to a very similar topic as to whether you ever had to determine the source of the wound without any input from a patient.
Oh, yes, many times. Many patients arrive to the emergency department unconscious.
And that's one example of others. And with regard to language barriers, did you ever encounter that as an obstacle to you understanding what may have happened, and you therefore had to exercise your pattern recognition skills?
Yes.
So now in terms of dog bites specifically, how often, if at all, did you have to look at a patient without input from anyone to determine whether it was from a dog?
Occasionally.
And can you recall any specific instance, or is it just you're recalling that you generally had to do it, but you can't recall a specific instance?
The second of that, that I generally had to do it. Sometimes, there was a language barrier, and people couldn't describe what it was that bit them. And it was important to know, because treatment for different types of bite wounds is very, very different.
And to be fair to the situation. You can't give any one specific. You remember this person was this age, etc. But you know that you did that on more than one. I'll withdraw that and go to the next area. Let's now talk about wound pattern recognition in the area of forensic pathology. What role does pattern recognition play in forensic injury analysis? And could you please just let the jury know what you mean by forensic injury analysis as regards pattern recognition?
Okay, so forensic analysis or forensic injury analysis is the analysis of injuries from a medical legal perspective. In some areas of medicine, the doctors are taught to just treat the injuries, and no figuring out about how it happened or what caused the injuries, so much as they treat. But in my case, both the emergency department and the forensic pathology training, I was interested in how the injury happened. That was a very important factor to me.
Why is pattern recognition important in the field of forensic pathology?
Well, you could look at a wound all by itself, an abrasion, for instance. Abrasion is a scratch. And in and of itself, it might not tell you how the wound occurred, all by itself. But if there are a series of scratches or a series of lacerations or cuts, they can tell you more about how it happened.
And have you applied wound pattern recognition skills in your practice as a forensic pathologist?
Many times.
Could you just give the jury a flavor by just a few examples? Maybe two.
Okay. Self-defense wounds, for instance. An issue comes up often in court if certain wounds were inflicted on purpose versus were they inflicted self-defense, and things like appearance and location can help you determine that. What was the question again?
It's just a few examples of applying pattern recognition skills in forensic pathology.
Oh, yes.
Thank you, doctor.
Oh, more?
No, more, yes.
Oh, yeah. Motor vehicle accidents, people who are struck by cars. There are certain patterns that one expects to see when a individual is struck by a car. And we're taught, to look for certain patterns, and that can help you determine if they were struck by a car.
In terms of motor vehicle accidents and patterns, can you give an example of some of the patterns you would expect to see in someone, and that you have seen in someone that is struck by a motor vehicle?
Oftentimes lower extremity fractures, for instance. Lower extremity bruises and fractures are commonplace for someone who is struck by a car.
And in your practice as an emergency medicine physician, a rough approximation of how many lower extremity injuries you have examined and evaluated with regard to motor vehicle accidents, including in the Los Angeles area?
Oh, I think probably hundreds.
Alrighty, so now let's continue with the topic that you were talking about. You called it defense injuries and wounds. I want to cover that topic. Are you familiar with the term posterior surface?
Yes, in terms of anatomy?
In terms of human anatomy, and with Your Honor's permission, could Dr. Russell point to her arm to show what she's referring to with regard to posterior surface for a defense injury?
Sure, go right ahead.
So let me explain just in general.
Sure.
Anterior is the front of the body. And
Excuse me, Dr. Russell, I'm sorry, if you want to stand up so the jury, with Your Honor's permission.
Yes, are you comfortable standing up and doing this?
Yes.
Okay.
So many years ago, anatomists decided on a nomenclature for describing parts of the body.
Good camera
And
work
so the way the body, the descriptions go is that you take a person in what they call the standard anatomic position, which is upright with their arms, their palms facing forward. Palms facing forward. So that is the standard anatomic position. So anything in the front is anterior. Anything in the back is posterior.
Could you point to the arm when you talk about anterior and posterior, please?
Yes. So with regard to the arm, if the palm is facing forward, that's the anterior. So the posterior part of the arm would be the back part that I'm touching right now. This back part of the arm and the back part of the forearm would be right here. So that's the posterior of the arm.
And what relation does the posterior of the arm have in determining whether or not a wound is a defensive wound?
Well, oftentimes, when someone is being attacked, they will put their arm up to defend or protect their face, their neck, their chest, their vital organs, their vital parts of their body. So they put their arms up. And in doing so, the posterior part of the arm becomes presented to whoever is attacking them or whatever is attacking them. So this is the part of the arm that oftentimes gets injured when someone is defending themselves.
Thank you, doctor. How often have you observed and concluded regarding defensive wounds to the forearm?
Many times. I don't know. I don't have a number. 20, 30, I don't know. In terms of decedents. And then in terms of live people, many, many more.
And if we just start with the posterior part of the forearm that you've described and you encounter wounds there, are those wounds indicative or highly indicative of anything?
Well, they're indicative of defensive wounds being caused during a defensive action.
In your experience as a resident, a fellow, emergency room physician, and a forensic pathologist, and your time at Cochrane, have you experienced and taught the topic of defensive wounds?
Yes.
Now let's move on to another topic. Do you have knowledge of the dental features of dogs?
Yes.
Where did you gain your knowledge about the dental features of dogs?
Generally from reading articles.
And in terms of examining patients with dog-inflicted wounds, did that inform you anything about dog dentition or not?
Not specifically.
In terms of dog dentition, Your Honor, may I approach?
Okay.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have this depiction marked as an exhibit for identification?
Okay. So for ID?
For ID only, yes.
Is it 000 for identification?
Thank you, Madam Court Reporter. Your Honor, may I hand it to the witness? Sure. I'm handing you, Dr. Russell, what has been marked for identification as 000 as in orange. Dr. Russell, do you recognize that depiction?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a diagram of canine dental anatomy.
And could you please, just for the jury, briefly describe dog dentition and what we mean by the term dentition. I think most know, but just for the record.
So I believe dentition just means the teeth and the shape of the teeth and of the mouth of the animal or a person. And what this diagram shows is that in general, dogs tend to have a triangular mouth, meaning it comes to a narrowing towards the front of the mouth. It shows how many teeth a normal dog will have, and what they look like. There are different kinds of teeth, just like humans have different kinds of teeth.
In Your Honor, to assist the jury in the understanding of what Dr. Russell was speaking about, with Your Honor's permission, could we publish this as a chalk for the jury?
Is there any objection?
None, thank you.
Okay. Sure, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, we get to see what she's talking about
And
here.
will enlarge, Mr. Woke, the Dr. Russell, where would you like to start with regard to this, just to give the jury a brief discussion of dog dentition? Which part of this should we zoom in on?
I think the lower half around the triangular upper and lower jaws, right there.
Right there? Very
Yeah.
good. And Mr. Woke, if you could just, to start with, pull it down just so we can see the headings, and more importantly, the jury can see the headings of those two diagrams that Dr. Russell has pointed out. Yes, and just enlarge that. Can you read what's on the left and what's on the right? It's slightly blurry.
I can't. It's a low resolution font.
It's slightly blurry.
Mandible, lower jaw, maxilla, upper jaw.
Yes, I can read it.
Right. Alrighty. So if we could then just reduce it back down so it's a little bit, so that it's not distorted. And then Dr. Russell, if you could just talk about it. And before we do that, I think it would be helpful, Dr. Russell, we can go to the depiction up above just to get the overall picture up above there of the dog. All right. Is that that's an overall picture, correct? Do you want to point out anything generally on that picture?
I don't have a pointer, but generally it's a side view, and it shows and it's a skeletal view, so there's no skin, and it shows that there are some prominent teeth. They're called the canine teeth, and then there are some smaller teeth in front of that.
Excuse me if I couldn't interrupt. Pardon my interruption.
Yes.
I'm just going to try to locate in the courtroom a pointer, Your Honor. If
There's nothing on that. Stand, Dr. Russell.
I've got one right on the approach. If there's one on this.
No.
Yeah, I didn't see it. May I approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
Thank you. Here, Dr. Russell. Hopefully
Okay.
that will work for you. Thank you. Excuse me.
Okay, so this is a side view, and it shows many teeth, and and this is a skeletal view, obviously, and it shows these prominent teeth, which are called the canine teeth. Humans also have canine teeth, and ours are not quite as prominent. And then there are some teeth in front of that, which are called incisors. So that's the overview.
Right. And just to put this in context, we are looking at this and talking about dogs. Have you had the opportunity to review any photos of the right arm of the decedent in this case?
Yes.
Is one of the topics you're going to address whether those wounds are from a dog?
Yes.
And so this background in terms of dog dentition part of what you're going to cover for the jury later on?
Yes, and I want to make one more comment, if I may.
Please.
Just when a dog bites, they usually don't bite with all of the teeth. They usually don't get all the teeth impacted on the individual. So that's important to know. Oftentimes it's the anterior or the front teeth.
Why, Doctor, is
John. Good to have
it
you
the case that a dog doesn't always have a complete bite, get all of the teeth? Why is that the case?
Well, there's oftentimes movement. Oftentimes the dogs aren't really trained on biting techniques, And so, yeah, there's oftentimes the person who's being bitten is pulling away and, you know, and trying to avoid the bite. So oftentimes there's only impact with a few of the teeth in the front.
Great. Please continue, Doctor, with your...
Dr. Russell, could I ask you to use this screen?
Oh, yes.
The other one, please. I think it's easier for counsel.
Oh, okay. So overview, these large canine teeth, these are the anterior teeth, and as I said, it's very rare for all the teeth to be involved in the bite. It's usually just the front teeth and canine teeth.
Are there certain teeth that are on this depiction that cause certain types of injuries, abrasions, tears, punctures? Is there any relation to the teeth in any of those categories, or can it be just general?
Well, oftentimes, because the canine teeth are so long compared to the others, they are the ones that seem to cause the the puncture wounds, and those are the ones that appear to get the grip on the person's skin.
Is there a medical term for a puncture wound from a canine? Or is it just it's a punctate wound from canines?
I'm not sure there's a medical term.
Okay, please continue.
Okay. Well, that's about it on this side view.
And is there any other view on this exhibit that you would like to discuss with the jury?
Well, I was going to show that it's triangular. Again, here the upper and lower jaws. Yeah, they tend to be somewhat triangular.
Is that also sometimes the shape referred to as an hourglass, or is it triangular, or you prefer triangular?
I've heard it referred to as hourglass. I don't see an hourglass, but yeah, you know, maybe in some dog breeds, because all, you know, the different dog breeds have different shapes of their mouths. But this is just a generalization.
Okay, please continue.
I don't know that there's anything else.
Alrighty, and so you think...
actually, yes. So here you can see, go back, please. So here you can see, the canines, and it's oftentimes this is the upper jaw, the maxilla jaw. It's oftentimes these teeth that do the impacting.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you say it's often these teeth that what?
That do the impact. The upper jaw is oftentimes the part that actually makes contact with the skin. That's all.
Thank you. We can take that down. Mr. Woke, thank you, Your Honor. Now let's go to dog-inflicted injuries on humans generally. What type of injuries to humans can be caused by dog-inflicted bites?
Well, there are lots of different types of injuries. So they could be extremely minor, from a minor scratch to puncture wounds by individual teeth, to actual puncture and punctures by several teeth. There could be several abrasions because there are multiple teeth involved, and if they don't puncture, they at least scratch. They can scratch the skin. That's what I call abrasion, is a scratch. So they scratch the skin, but in parallel, because the teeth are lined up. So they oftentimes have parallel lines. And then, of course, there are, you know, bruises that could occur because of the crushing injury, and there can be what we call avulsions, which are where an actual flap of the skin is removed. And I can go further, but you know, there's a wide extent of injuries.
So there's a wide extent, a wide range, and can you just give one or two factors that are going to determine whether you're on the more minor side of the range to the more major part as regard to the type of bite that the dog is able to get?
Well, I think that when there is penetration of the skin and pulling away of some of the tissue, I would consider that a more significant bite because of what's needed for treatment.
Just bear a moment, please. Thank you. So, in terms of the nails and claws of a dog, what type of injury, if any, can those cause?
So the nails they're also somewhat pointy or triangular in configuration or shape, and so they can cause scratches, and actually they can cause even deeper wounds if the nail catches the victim's skin a certain way. But most of the time, just scratches.
From your experience, what type of medical experience, peer-reviewed article experience, your whole professional experience with dog-inflicted wounds on humans, do you have experience with just a part of the range or the whole range of injuries that a dog can inflict?
Well, I think I have a very wide range of experiences, because those very serious ones we talked about in the very beginning, where there were crushing and ripping injuries, those were the trained canine dog bites. Most emergency physicians don't even get to see those. They're so uncommon. But because I was assigned to jail ward, that's how I got seen. But in the majority, in the main ER, most ERs in our main ER, we saw the more minor type of injuries.
So, in terms of if someone is bitten by a dog, where are they? Again, I think most people understand this, but just to be clear for the record, when someone gets a dog-inflicted wound, where do they usually go?
Well,
Sustained. Ask it differently.
Doctor, are you aware of the medical facility, from your experience, where people go who have dog-inflicted wounds?
Well, if they feel like they need medical care, they will either go to a family doctor, or most likely the emergency department, because the emergency department is where the resources are, the people with the experience. They go to the emergency department in general.
From your experience, for people in your literature review and authoring of documents, do people with dog-inflicted wounds go to a veterinarian for treatment?
I'll let you answer it.
I'll allow it.
Not from my experience.
All right, now let's move to another category, and to keep this moving along.
Brendan had to object.
How did you initially become involved in this case?
Well, very interesting. I live in Los Angeles, and I saw something in the Boston Globe about this case, but I really didn't pay much attention to it. And then eventually I saw or heard something, because I'm not from this part of Massachusetts. I'm from a different part of Massachusetts. So anyways, eventually I heard or saw something about there being an issue with some possible dog-inflicted injuries versus maybe car-inflicted injuries. So that got my attention. I thought, that's interesting. And so that's how I initially became aware of the case.
Let's talk about the Boston Globe. How is a person from Los Angeles reading the Boston Globe, and why? Is it like a one-time thing, or why is it you're reading the Boston Globe?
I had a subscription. I would, not always read it. I lived in Massachusetts. I went to school in Massachusetts. I worked in Massachusetts as a police officer. So I have some interest in Massachusetts, but none of that was in this geographic area. It was all north of Boston. So that was the area I mostly paid attention to.
Did you reach out to anyone after reading that article? And what do you recall from the article in the Boston Globe, if anything?
I'm going to sustain that objection.
Did you reach out to anyone after having read something in the Boston Globe?
Yes. I thought the question was interesting.
Objection.
I'll let that stand, but just answer Mr. Alessi's
Yes,
question, please.
yes, I did.
Go ahead. Andrew.
Okay. Yes, I reached out to one of the DAs in Los Angeles County.
And at that point, what, if anything, did you know about this case?
I didn't know much. I just knew what I mentioned, and I knew that the decedent was a police officer, had been a police officer, and that interested me also because I was a police officer.
Please keep your voice up, Dr. Russell.
I said that interested me also because I had been a police officer at the time.
Go ahead.
So that's about all I knew, really.
Right. So, did you know anything about what the prosecution was claiming or the defense was claiming at all? Did you know anything?
Objection. Sustained.
What did you know, if anything, about the case?
I'm going to see its eyebrow really quickly on this.
All right, quick sidebar. Mr. Alessi trying to get out that you didn't know any of the claims that either side was making about the case. You just won't, no. Other than the fact that somebody said they were car crash injuries and somebody else thought they might have been dog bite. That's about it. So she volunteers her services. She calls the DA. The DA gets her in touch with the defense, and so she's a volunteer. She came out of the woodwork, and in her spare time, when she wasn't busy doing everything everywhere for everyone, because this woman is practically a superhero, she does this. I have lunch here soon too. Sandwiches will be here shortly.
Moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
See, Hall's Cough Drops, not a sponsor. They're at the court recorder's desk.
Doctor, in terms of Mr. Wolk, if we could please, and Your Honor, may we publish what is already in evidence, which is Exhibit 167?
Okay.
Looks like Mr. Brennan won that objection. Mr. Alessi has to move forward, or maybe he's laying more foundation first, and then he'll be.
Dr. Russell, do you recognize Exhibit 167?
Yes.
Forward.
And how do you recognize that? Well, first let's start. What is it, and then how do you recognize it?
It is a picture of the decedent's right arm and forearm.
Now, without stating what it is, have you been able to form an opinion as to the source and nature of the wounds that are depicted in that exhibit?
Yes.
Now, in terms of the next area, can you describe for the jury what method you used in forming your opinion without yet stating what your opinion is?
Well, I used pattern recognition and differential diagnosis.
So let's start with wound pattern recognition. Is that the wound pattern recognition you've been discussing up to this point in your testimony?
Yes.
And did I hear you use the phrase differential diagnosis?
Yes.
Please tell the jury what you mean by the term differential diagnosis as a physician, emergency medicine physician and forensic pathologist.
So when a patient, when a physician sees a patient and, or, an Imogen's case, and is attempting to make a diagnosis, it's very important that not only do they consider what they believe is the obvious, but also in their mind go through other possible diagnoses and determine if they can rule them out, so to speak. If they can rule them in, rule them out, so that they are not just focused on one thing, but they've actually given consideration to other conditions that may be causing whatever it is that they see.
So, Mr. Wolk, if you could take that, we're going to come back to this back and forth, but I'd like to have it taken down until we do have the need to, and if we could have the lights go back on, Your Honor. Thank you. So, does applying a differential diagnosis, well, let me start out. Do you understand what confirmation bias is?
I believe so.
Yes. And does differential diagnosis assist or not assist in avoiding confirmation bias?
I believe it assists in avoiding confirmation bias.
So, in terms of differential diagnosis, did you apply that concept in the beginning of your analysis of this case?
Yes.
How did you apply differential diagnosis to, among other things, avoid confirmation bias in this case?
Well, in my mind, I went through other possible things or causes of wounds on an arm, and what they would look like, and the configuration, the patterns, etc. And then I figured out why these other potential causes of wounds in the arm did not fit this case.
So is a phraseology a synonym for differential diagnosis, what doctors call ruling out something? Is that another way to say it as well?
Yes.
So we're going to come back to the differential diagnosis. I just wanted to have that question first. Now let's switch to the materials that you considered in forming your opinion about the nature and source of the wounds to Mr. O'Keefe. Describe what you looked at in terms of coming to your opinion, conducting a differential diagnosis, and avoiding confirmation bias. What did you look at?
Well, I looked at pictures similar to this. So there were pictures taken at the hospital. There were pictures taken at the medical examiner's office. I looked at the medical records. I looked at the autopsy report. And I looked at other reports from the Massachusetts State Police. And then, those are some of the things I looked at.
Did you look at any photographs, including of clothing?
Of what?
Clothing?
Oh, yeah, clothing. Clothing, of course.
What clothing did you look at?
So there was a shirt, like a hoodie shirt, that I looked at that had many defects in it.
And when you say defects, what do you mean by defects? Is there a more layperson's term?
Holes.
Thank you. Did you look at any history of any dogs with regard to any municipalities and dog incidents?
I'm going to sustain that, Mr. Leslie.
Did you look at any municipal records with regard to your review in this case?
So that's sustained.
With regard to other documents, if any, could you describe any other documents that you looked at?
Well, I also...
I'm going to see you at Tyrone.
Apparently, municipal documents cannot come in. Mr. Brennan has objected 3 times. Mr. Alessi has led twice, and then went for the non-leading question, where her answer would then be municipal documents, and there was an objection there as well. So now we'll see if that is able to come in, or if he's able to ask the question again, or if she's not allowed to testify regarding those. All right, let's see. Hey guys, be nice in chat, please. Be nice in chat to each other and everybody else. We welcome people who have different opinions, and we welcome people who have different opinions about this case. So I was not sleeping. I'm reading some stuff. 3 sustains and it's a sidebar. That's basically the rule on your it's like 3 strikes and you're out. 3 sustains and it's a sidebar. How long till the offense rests? We don't know. They've got a few witnesses. They're going to call ARCA, right? They're not going to arrest before they call ARCA. That might be their big finish, because that is probably their best witness as far as that goes. Let's see. Heard that once a dog gets a taste of blood, they'll attack again. I think that's true with cats. My cat has been showing up every day, which is great, because he leaves us alone for like 2 weeks at a time. Then he comes back and he's like, up in the window, meowing, pawing at the door. Chasing squirrels. He is avid hunter. He loves to hunt squirrels and birds. My cat clawed me once, months ago. And now every time I go to pet him, he thinks it's time to claw me again. Like, he'll come up and rub up against me, and I pet him, and he lays down and he goes to roll on his back, and as soon as he gets on his side, he's ready to just flip and claw. That's what he loves to do. He's got that. Once he got blood on his claws, he's like, it's good to go. Love cats. They're awesome. Mine's a nice one. It's purrs. Very affectionate. I'm on Team Kiki, says Barbara. Very affectionate until the moment that he wants, like, you're petting him and he'll like roll over so your hand's on his belly. He wants it, but as soon as you do that, boom. It's a trap. It's a trap. Never pet the belly. I can pick him up and carry him just fine. I mean, he's not against that, but I used the last of the 25 pounds of sunflower seeds in the backyard as well. So there's plenty of birds and squirrels for him to eat. Why wasn't there blood DNA on the taillight pieces? Great question. You'd think there would be some. No, he doesn't. Cats show their belly as a sign of trust, but they do not like it pet. Well, if you try to pet his side when he lays down, like if you start petting him, he'll like pause and be like, he'll like go in full on purr mode and just like flop down on the ground.
1 o'clock, and then today we'll give you an hour for lunch, okay?
Ooh, hey, long lunch. Flop down on the ground, you pet his side, he'll like roll and claw all in one. Go into 1 o'clock. We got 7 more minutes. Then we'll take a lunch break.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks for your patience, Dr. Russell. We had broke off where you had described the materials that you had reviewed. Based on your, and Mr. Woke, if we could please put the exhibit that we just had, and with Your Honor's permission, republish it. Thank you. Based on your review of all the materials that you had described and your experience that you had described, without stating it, were you able to come to any conclusions or opinions about the source and nature of the injuries that you see depicted on that exhibit?
Yes.
And what is your opinion and conclusion concerning those injuries?
Those wounds were inflicted as the result of a dog attack.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Can you speak a little louder?
They were inflicted as the result of a dog attack.
And how did you form that opinion? Just describe your thought process to the jury.
Well, there are multiple groupings of wounds.
Do you have the pointer?
I
there?
do.
And if you could use the screen that Her Honor has requested.
So there are multiple groupings of wounds right here. Here's one on the what I'll consider the upper arm, which is above the elbow. Here's another grouping. Here's an interesting, complex grouping at the elbow. These are all at the posterior surface of the arm. And there's another grouping down here on the forearm. These multiple groupings are patterns. And they are, in my opinion, were inflicted by the teeth and claws of a dog.
We've discussed previously pattern recognition skills and methodology, and you just mentioned the word pattern here. Can you elaborate on what you mean by pattern with regard to this exhibit?
So there are groupings, and one can see that these wounds are going essentially in the same direction. They are oriented in the same way on the almost from the inner, close to the inner surface of the arm or the anterior surface towards the posterior surface.
What is the
arm.
significance, if any, of that orientation you just described?
So what that gives me direction, and that tells me that the dog's teeth were over here. Over here. The dog is over on this side of the arm, and the teeth started their punctures or their injuries over here, and through either the action of the dog or a combination of the action of the dog and the action of the decedent pulling away, or the victim pulling away, the teeth made these abrasions in this direction, from here down to here. And then here it's very complex because of the bending of the elbow. We don't know the exact configuration of what this elbow was in the arm. Was it fully extended, meaning it's fully stretched out, or was it partially bent? Was it fully bent? We don't know. But in addition to the pulling away movement, there's also the bending movement. So that one is even a little bit more complex. And of course, there are some additional marks down here and some possible bruising down here, punctate marks down here, which may represent the lower teeth.
If we could just stop at that area, have you observed in your experience what you call that complex area pattern? Have you seen that before?
Not that exact pattern, no.
But have you seen any that is similar to it?
I've seen some characteristics of these patterns before,
right.
Yes.
And it is the appropriate methodology to zero in on one section, or is the appropriate pattern methodology to look at all the wounds and then reach a conclusion?
The second, to look at all the wounds.
And
Okay,
could
so
you please describe?
Why don't we take our recess?
Okay, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, please. Close your
Judge
eyes,
Light.
follow me.
Before we zoom in any closer on the injuries, it's time to eat.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, everyone. Get up and go. Can we turn the lights on in court, please? That'd be nice. We do get a break here for lunch. It's going to be a full hour break, which means we get 45 minutes. But if you just joined us, I'm sorry, you've got to go back and watch the testimony from this morning. We had an officer who worked at one point with Canton Police Department at the time this incident occurred in 2022, worked at Canton Police Department, was working the day that the call came in regarding John O'Keefe being found, and testified in court, and it was spicy. It was a lot of back and forth. She presented herself that she had no idea why she was called to court, even though she had, in fact, been interviewed by the FBI, is my understanding, regarding this case and regarding a statement she made, particularly about, as she was told to cover the dispatch desk while her sergeant, or the guy who was there, responded to the scene, that she observed, presumably through the security camera footage of the Sallyport, that she observed later in that day Mr. Higgins and the chief in the Sallyport with Sarah Reed's car for a weirdly or wildly long period of time. And she thought that was strange with him being a witness in the case, so close to the evidence. And she had made that comment to the FBI, and then later was shown information that indicated to her that it would not be possible for her to have seen that. And she then retracted her statement. That the conditions of her retraction, as well as the conversation she had with the defense team regarding her telling the truth on the stand, that truth either being the original truth or the learned truth with the corrected timeline, is fiery. And it involved three directs, three cross-examinations, a couple sidebars. It's worth rewatching, and it will make your eyes open just a little bit. Crazy times. So do go back and watch that. I think you will not. Everyone's going to be covering that tonight. All the channels that do recap, that is so far has been the testimony of the day. This one a little bit slower, much more expected. We've seen Dr. Russell in Vordaer for 2 days. We saw her pre-trial talking about this and presented this information while the prosecution fought to keep her testimony out. Fought to not allow her to testify that these appear to her to be dog bites. She does have impressive credentials, extremely impressive. She was working in this field before I was born, and not only that, she has law enforcement background. She has, very, very prestigious credentials, awards, and experience. So it's a powerful witness, and she's saying it's a dog bite. That definitely helps the defense in a big way, does not help the prosecution at all. So they're going to have to come pretty hard at her to try to discredit that testimony, and we'll see how they do on this one. So, all right, is Russell the lawsuit? They mentioned something about a lawsuit. Oh, we don't need the birthday song. Holy cow, that was so loud. That was loud. My eardrums. There's something about a lawsuit that the defense does not agree to. So we'll see what happens. All right, it is lunchtime. I've done everything in my power to try to help this stream. YouTube is struggling with audio, and it's causing clipping with some people. I run a stream with extremely short delay, the shortest delay that YouTube will allow. That allows me to ask a question, you guys to respond, and I can see it just immediately. I might have to adjust that down and just slow it down so that YouTube has more time to process the video before you're watching it. I hate that you guys are having trouble and it's clipping stuff, but we'll do everything we can to get that fixed. Let's see. After lunch, yes, lunchtime. I have to order something on lunch. I have to order an e-bike. I've got to get an e-bike. I'm about to pull the trigger. We need to make sure I get the right one because they're very expensive. So we'll see. We'll do that on lunch maybe. When we come back, portal, all right? Yes, I'll portal you over. Yeah, we've got a portal to the afternoon session. It's all built. It's all set up. I say as I finalize the portal. Now it's done. All right, tonight when you go home, let's go here, shall we? Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone to make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again at 1:45, which is about 42 minutes from right now. We'll be back. Have your lunch 8. If you watched the morning session, come talk about it in chat before we kick things off. You guys have a great lunch. We'll see you afterwards. Bye-bye.
The Walmart.